Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some beautiful WARNO live action. As we're going in here with the semifinal from Division 2, and then this is still replay, but we're gonna be then with the grand final later. So the winner of this will play against Polnyskill. The other semifinal, unfortunately, had to be out resolved because 3-6, unfortunately, wasn't able to play due to medical reasons. So all the best to 3-6. Hope to see him next season in Division 1. But that's why we only have one semifinal to play here. And that's we're gonna cover now between Lijek and Bottom Feeder, aka Guard Extrums. And the winner will move on into the best of 5 that we will see later. Picks and bans here. Pretty interesting. We have 303 Tankova from our guy Bottom Feeder here as a first pick against 5th Blinde. Then we have 1st Armored versus 20th Panzerna. And then we have 4th Armored, so Bottom Feeder picking interesting divisions here versus 5th Panzer. I'm quite excited for this. And yeah, what do we have here in the deployment?
We have a quite recon-heavy French opener, as you could expect when they're trying to play as aggressive as possible. We have a kind of a standard model of... is the game going right now? Yes, it is. Oh man, they really did deploy really quickly. Yeah, just extremely standard coming in from the French here. The two up-vetted AMX-30s, a Roland 2, and some mechanized infantry to follow up the recon attack with the Surblindes and the Dragon Paras. Dragon Paras here are being deployed kind of as combat troops. They are going to try to take both the the position on Foxtrot, as well as the enemy's buildings in Bravo. So this is a very risky opener. If you want to use your very expensive Special Forces recon units in just standard combat, you kind of have to, that has to pay off in some way. And Bottom Feeder is also playing very recon heavy with not just the standard reservist Pruskomnitsi, militia, super cheap recon teams that are kind of going and taking very defensive positions, but also a squadron of Hydras, Vidras, the OT-65A Vidra, which is basically a little armored car with the Tarasnitze recoilless rifle bolted onto it, and they are going to try to drive into like fire support positions into Charlie, and basically to support and stun down maybe any enemy Dragon Paras or VLRA 50 recon units to make some way for the absolutely humongous 16-man Zalosnitsi squads, the reservist unit for 75 points, 16-man, with 2 different AT weapons, and these are going to be the main targets for the French. They want to be using their 50 cals, they want to be using their autocannons, all the fire support available, because no singular infantry squad can effectively deal with the Zalosnitsi, unless the Zalosnitsi are in a really bad position, of course.
And the little others here, the Vidra OT-65As, they have gotten a slight buff in availability lately, so it's going to be interesting to see how that will play out when you play them as a big gang here. The little other gang moving around, trying to secure Charlie, maybe moving deeper into the forest later. 303, for sure, not a division that we see often. It's a division that came out a bit underpowered, but has gotten a couple of smaller buffs since the launch. So it's going to be interesting to see if it is now competitive against one of the classic A-tier divisions here, 5th Blinde, and if Bottom Feeder maybe has some good plans. The 15-point recon squadron with AT weapon is a nice little touch there as well, giving you really cheap, very good optics on the battlefield. And yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see if maybe he can blindside Siri, aka Lijek, here a bit, or if Siri can move around and get them where they want to be.
Yeah, this is on paper, you would think that like 5th Blindé especially really loves to go against infantry-heavy divisions. The T-54s are technologically inferior to the stuff that even the tanks that the French are bringing up. The tanks are also very effective and good against the soft target. I don't think 303 really has a massively powerful air component, so the French should be able to keep that in check also. And so the Vidras are not getting anywhere. They are not finding any targets. The Lizek only sending an Eclaireur squad and even hiding it, so that it's very difficult to actually deal with this. The Vidras will try to get and cut off the enemy reinforcement road, which is going to be fun. But unfortunately, I don't think they're capable of defending against the helicopters that effectively, and a few Gazelles should do the trick if they get way too close to the enemy spawn.
Yeah, they will nearly stun down the Eclairs here and kill it off in a second here with their 7.6mm MGs. Still no stun, it's a bit weird, but only one of them gets killed. That's a good trade against a VLRA and an Eclair. They are pretty cheap with 40 points. So, yeah, they tried to run DPN now. Whilst Malyutkas in the north try to catch off any light vehicles they can as well. Ooh, actually even finding a line of sight against the Super Blindé, but failing to get the kill as they just get shut down before the missile can connect. The 85mm T-gun here gets shut down as well. Too much good recon here around for Lizek. But the Malyutkas once more go to town, trying to get the MX-30 here. Fail to connect there as well, as recon does spot that too. We have a MiG-21 cluster, but it's not dropping. Ooh, I'm not quite sure what went wrong there, but maybe some commands given a bit too late for them to, or maybe they lost just line of sight a bit too early. Will find a hit here against one of the MX-30. Will get hit once by the Roland, but dodge away behind the hill so that the Roland can't get a second shot out. So an okay first run for them, but not the great one they could have gotten with the double kill otherwise. When here come the Gazelle Hots that you were talking about, after the SD-100 that don't have an MG at all, and after all those Vidras, which with their 7.6mm MG can maybe win or kill one of the Gazelle Hots, but a good couple of them will suffer on the way there. Yeah, they don't deal all that much damage. 2 of them already down. The Gazelle Hot here still at 2 hit points. As the 30mm AA pieces only now start to move up. And MiG-21's actually even being brought up. Okay, bottom feeder taking this very seriously. Getting rid of it now and really wants to control the rear line of this battlefield. MiG-21 gets shot up by a Mirage here as well. Good kill there for Lizek. The MiG-21 number 2 flying over Rolands and Mistrals might just get out beforehand. Yeah, gets out before they can fire. But the north is under heavy pressure by the Blue Force, as it should be, with how much bottom feeder invested into the south. And the southern movement here of bottom feeder is not quite getting the results that he wants so far.
Yeah, bottom feeder is bringing out the heaviest tank in the 303 arsenal. I believe they get 1 card or maybe 2 of the T-72 ME2s. And interestingly, this is, I believe it is updated to 2, but this tank does not have smoke. It has way better armor than what the French tanks have, quite similar damage, and relatively similar damage, way better armor, but no smoke. So any of the hot missiles, any of the Milan missiles targeting it, if the tank is also slow, so it can't really escape as effectively as you would want to. So you really want to be using that T-72 in a defensive capacity where it can actually take cover. And contesting the French in the forest might be like I get the idea, because it does give you a lot of nice late game potential and forces your enemy to kind of deal with this. But also the French have really good AT weapons. The infantry AT is some of the best in the game for the French. The French and the Canadians, really, though I guess the French are just a little bit better with the Opulas. And yeah, even though with the Eclaireur getting shot down here by a 30mm gun, it's not like a critical issue that constantly is going to require Lizek's attention here. The attack and the eventual conversions onto the town of Alpha will probably happen on time. The Dragon Paras actually messed up the engagement against that AC.
Ooh, Vidra might find the Dragon Power here as well. Aiming, and yeah, do get another kill. The others keep on working. Only one of them left here, but with the Taras needs a T21, you want to get relatively close. We still have a bit of a range advantage over normal infantry AT weapons, but it's one of the weaker recoilless rifles in the game. Whilst the southern town of Alpha has enough force inside that it should be able to hold easily as well. So Lizek, if he wants to get a tick, the best way is really to go to Echo, but that open field is still always a bit scary. Is now sending out his forces to attack Alpha instead. 85mm does get a good hit here against the MX-30. MX-30 in that fight might not win out. It doesn't have the best HE damage, but it does get the stun here now, so that likely will leave the 85mm here relatively combat inefficient. Oh, it gets another hit. So last shot might be deciding here. It does miss, and with that it likely is going to go down. Yeah, another stun here. Dragon Paras helping out with their sniper rifle, and it likely is going to die here in a second. Getting one last shot, but that one does miss as well, as they're heavily stressed out. Me 4 does get hit here by the Roland as well. Has 6 hit points, so it can survive it. But yeah, the fight here is a rather tough one right now for bottom feeder. The Dragon Power stunning down the Solosnitsi here with their sniper rifle. That sniper rifle actually putting in quite some work, whilst the real line action here is continuing. Ooh, the OT 8R10 already running out of fuel, not having the best fuel efficiency, those old half tracks. And the SD100's on an interesting spot here, ambushing an AMX-30. Do get the first kill there. Interesting how Lizek tries to fight this head on here. Not sure if that's the best idea.
Yeah, this is like I'd say that just trying to constantly take more space would be better. Slowly build up a counterattack, and whenever the enemy does something, you will have forces out there in response. And but of course, the lack of information here means that you do have to kind of do something, because the enemy could be anywhere. They could even be sending a World War II era half track into your back point.
Yeah, and the World War
half track
II
will be running out of time.
Era
Fuel.
SU-100 here doing really good jobs against France's most modern MBT here. 2 of them shut down by these 45-point SD-100. They have a really good penetration round, considering they are such a cheap little vehicle, but they obviously don't have smoke, they don't have any extra fire support, they don't have good mobility, so there are a lot of things that you can exploit against them. They are reservists as well, but if they can get ambushes on you, you might be in trouble. Krug does try to force back the Mirage. The Mirage keeps on going, does not get hit by the Krug either, but it doesn't get the MiG-21 killed. Vidra is running low on fuel here as well, trying to get to an ambush position, should move a bit closer so that it actually can get off shots, but the T-54s are following as well. Yeah, everything here running on fumes by now for bottom feeder, but he is getting onto that reinforcement line like he wants to. Just the question is, has too much already slipped through here? Is Alpha already in danger of falling? 2 152mm artillery pieces here, trying to assist at the same time. And 1 or 2 more infantry squads here. They are now on the way. No, they're actually going into the deep zone as well. I would like to see a bit more defense into Alpha right now from bottom feeder.
Yeah, this is the only reason why Lizek hasn't actually pushed into Alpha is because they just haven't done that yet. There has been nothing defending it. There have been no units in position to do that in case something happened. And bottom feeder really is stretching their luck here. And now with the double artillery buy, missing the Surblinde and revealing that this artillery exists here, it's probably going to put a little bit of a spring on the step of the French infantry, because now they know that the main enemy is going to be the just sitting stationary and allowing the enemy to target you with. And their 3 commandos are actually deploying into Delta, and there is a Grenadier Voltigeur unit moving into the forest next to Delta. This
Vidra gets to intercept. It's firing its MG to reveal itself. Alignment impossible. No! No! The Steel Division issues. Steel Division strikes again. Oh, they were on the hill. They couldn't align their T-100 because it didn't have enough elevation, it seems like. So they failed to get the hit there. The T-54s might have another chance here of intercepting the commandos in transport. First of them gets a shot, does miss. Second of them does not get to aim on time. Only using its 50 cal, so no kill there. And now the MX-30 has arrived. They both do get hits here. So the MX-30 pushed back, but the commandos make it through, which is really unfortunate for bottom feeder. Whilst in the town itself, at Alpha, the T-54s now start to help out together with the cluster bomber. Cluster bomber completely whiffs, though might go down here. There's a lot of missiles flying against it. No, does survive once more, but the MX-30 and the MX-10 both survive. That's bad news for T-54s. And the Sapeur Flamme here, they outperform in the CQC in the town fights the Zalosnitsi, because the Zalosnitsi as reservist units, especially without military police and without a leader close by, they just get stressed out so quickly. Yes, they have a lot of hit points, but their damage output gets completely annihilated here.
Yes, their stress resistance is just as bad as with a 3-man squad, with a 16-man squad. So when those flames hit and the flames start doing damage over time, if they're stationary, this means the Zalosnitsi basically have to run. They have to stop firing their medium machine guns when they run. They just need a larger support structure that is not in here. There is an infantry leader that could help them a little bit, but it is not participating right now. I think it's actually covering an entrance.
Yeah, Krug failed to hit here as well. One more time. T-54s do go down. Meanwhile, the infantry forces of Lijek now start to clean up the rear. T-54s are down. The leader is out of fuel, so it will never reach the rear point. And the 152mm artillery pieces here have not gotten any hits so far. Like, they have tried a good couple of times. MiG-21 cluster bomber here fails to get another run through once more. T-72 there, now moving into an engagement range, but it does not have the spotting capabilities. And Lijek now gets the take on here, has a CV to contest all of this. T-72 gets side-shotted by the AMX. Oh, yeah, this is all terrible news for bottom feeder right now. The trades all go completely wrong, and he just doesn't get the engagements that he wants to get here at all.
Yeah, and there's no military police, not even being bought in right now, despite the Zalosnitsi just being on permanently routed. The Sapeurs have taken a lot of damage in here, but just every time they don't even need to do like actual DPS with their flamethrowers, because the flamethrowers will just force the Zalosnitsi to move further back. And now, despite the infantry attack by Lizek being a little bit overextending here, the overextension of bottom feeder is getting completely punished. The commandos just cut down the Zalosnitsi on open ground, and now when you're fighting this close to your enemy spawn, you cannot just stay still. You have to do stuff, because the enemy is going to be able to build up so much faster than you are going to be able to reinforce anything. And I think bottom feeder was kind of just betting it all on that backline action, spent way too many resources there, and hasn't been able to divert the French from the main front attack, and have lacked in basic fundamentals on the front line. The infantry, the wide array of ATGMs that could exist here could be in those forests right now, targeting the AMX-30s. But unfortunately,
to be fair, you don't get that many ATGMs in the division, but yeah, it's the 152mm artillery is the most frustrating part to me right now, because it always fired on things that he guessed were there, but they never were there, instead of firing on units that you actually see. And that's always a bad idea. And like, he already fired 5 or 6 salvos and he hasn't killed a single unit. Now he might get his first good salvo here against a Super Blindé if those get to land their first shot. Oh, but they miss there once more, so Lijek should be able to dodge away there as well. Gets stunned now, so it might still get got in the end there in the forest. No, not really, but yeah, these 152mm artillery pieces have just not achieved anything, and they could have been so helpful in these town infantry fights as well. Instead, they whiffed time and again, and they're a pretty big investment here. Like, they only cost 100 points, but those 100 points could have been a good bit more infantry units, and maybe 4 more SD-100s to block the entrances to the town. So that big of an investment that just doesn't do anything, it's pretty tough at this point. And the T-54s here get picked apart in the town. The +2 is continuing, and as you said, the real line action here, I mean, it got hit by the fuel inefficiencies of the division as well. 2 more ST-100 got into good spots here now. They might be able to get some chasseurs, but one of them is not even in a great spot. The first one is in a solid spot, but does fail to get the kill there. And yeah, more Salosnitsi here moving around. There was a Thai military police around in those forests, but it was not with the reservist units, and that really cut down their their combat efficiency by so much. ST-100s once more dealing with the MX-30s. Those fights so far have gone pretty well for Bottom Feeder. The ST-100s for sure aren't to blame for his current situation, but they are not the unit that can just turn it around on their own, and yeah, a good couple of them now get cut down, and the situation here is looking pretty tough as he let the enemy too easily into Alpha.
Yeah, it's just basic fundamentals. Bottom feeder will often try out weird stuff, and as people who play on the ladder will know, I personally am a huge fan of not playing against him for this stuff. But we have seen, as the league has gotten more mature season after season, the weird cheese stuff is just not in fashion right now. People have figured out how to play the game. People know that it is, reliable, standard unit combinations. When you're doing something wacky, you cannot only do that wacky thing. You have to support it with the.
Another cluster bomber run missing. This is the 4th or 5th cluster bombing run not hitting either. Like, it's just a recon issue here. His recon units, he had a good amount, but they just were not in the right spots here, and that all leads to him running onto units that he doesn't see, and with that he's not able to hit them. And yeah, that just leads to 4 cluster bombing runs. Like, imagine what the difference would look like if there would be 4 more dead AMX-30s right now. Imagine what this game would look like if the artillery actually would have killed 3-4 more infantry squads. Like, this is really not about the wackiness. It's just the fundamentals of the combat engagements here being just misplayed. Like, the idea is good, but the execution is just not quite there. And Lijek has adapted. Like, he invested a bit too much in the early game into running directly towards Charlie again, but by now he has gotten to a point where he has just isolated the enemy in those forests and still holds on to Delta. And yeah, it's looking pretty rough right now for our player in red here.
Yeah, the rocket helicopter was immediately snuffed out by the Roland 2s and Mistrals in the front line, so they never actually acted as the force multiplier that they were supposed to be for the Salosnitsi. Even though now there starts there is a proper force defending this zone, but this proper force, as we said, should have been there before the enemy gained control of half the zone. And now with all of the pieces in place and the ALF ones participating, decent enough air supremacy for the French, considering so many air losses have come for bottom feeder for no real gain. And if bottom feeder was in this sort of late game mass grind battle over the town, that could be that like game winning decision to actually get into that fight and win it. But now having to kind of crawl back, I think it's just going to be very, very ineffective, because Lizek already has defense in depth. They already have the AMX-30s, the extra supply, all of this stuff that can strike you whenever you show some weakness. And I'm sure the P4 leader might be shot down here in a moment, but the infantry is not going to go down without a fight.
And with a division that has normal tanks, like normal T-72s with smoke launchers or T-55 AM2s or so, that all would be a good bit easier as well to come back from the current situation. Like, he's not super far behind in take, and he's not even super far behind in combat forces, but he is behind in position. And 303 does not have smoke on their vehicles. So it is insanely tough to push, especially against a class cannon division like what we have here with Fifth Blade Day that can just shoot you from far away, that has a good amount of ATGMs to go around, that can hit your lighter vehicles quite hard. So pushing with 303 is really, really tough. And with the setup that you were talking about that Lijek has up here now, with a good couple of these AMX-30s in good positions, a decent amount of AA so that the cluster bombers can't achieve much, a couple of ATGMs in place as well, like trying to cross that field that you need to cross now to get to Bravo or Foxtrot, it's going to be so tough.
Yeah. Now the Brennuses and the AMX-30s in general are just gonna have the best possible fights for them. Like the closer they get, the T-54s don't get any bonuses, so they can use their mobility pretty freely. And just as closer they are, the more likely it is that they get the one-shot kill of the enemy tank. The enemy AT weapons are these Streltsy actually have the good ones, the RPG-7VLs with decent range, but a lot of the AT weaponry is just not good enough to stop the AMX-30s from smoking and running away. And now you can see, yeah, with the firing squad getting set up here with all these autocannons, what is Bottom Feeder going to do about this? Bottom Feeder going to take every single T-72 they have in the deck and then just base check the enemy tank front line? I don't think that would be that valuable. Because smoke mortars are coming in. That probably has something to do with the impending push into the middle. But yeah, already 4 units of Grenadier Voltigeurs with Apilas, 3 more Milans. Yeah, this fight is gonna happen on Lizek's terms, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and there's no artillery. The cluster bombers, they already are expanded for the most part. AA is set up to kill the final one that is still around. Most likely the next time it comes in onto the battlefield. And yeah, the T-72s, they can't really do it. 82mm mortars, they will now try to set up smoke. The T-54B though, it's not a tank that gets any better when you push it closer. It has heat rounds, so it kind of wants to fire at the 1925 meter range, but at the same time the AMXs are really solid at those ranges too. And yeah, the AMX of one here completely disrupting the deployment as well. And with how terribly the artillery units of Bottom Feeder have performed so far, I don't believe he can keep up with what the AMX Alpha 1 can do to him, especially considering how much better the recon game here right now is for Lijek, as well as the recon units of Bottom Feeder are few and far between by now, and they're not in the best positions either compared to the GSR units on the other side that see all the outlines of the towns.
Oh no, there's a single Chasseur heroically trying to fight the SD-100, which has run out of fuel while being in a pretty bad location. But unfortunately, Chasseur missed its first shot. Now, artillery starting to pick off, or at least harass the Dragon Parast. Lizek realizes this and is running away, manages to dodge that one. The way more infantry coming in here. This is 303 is going to lean on the one thing that they do really well, the standard Zalosnitsi for only 35 points. Still 10-man squads, very effective with their proper support in their proper engagements. We're even seeing 130 millimeter AA gun commanded by an officer called Homolka, which is a funny name.
Yeah, commandos go down, but all the OTs die for it, as the AMXs just pick those apart really quickly. And the firing arc here, the concave that Lizek has set around at the alpha point, knowing that this is the angle now that Bottom Feeder has to take because Bottom Feeder squandered the attack through the south, MiG-21 getting shut down here as well. He has no way of crossing the open field in the north. So yeah, Dijak just has to play from the 400-point advantage that he got and has to wait for that one final attempt here with smoke play that likely is bottom feeder's last hope. And if that fails, then he can just wait for the GG to come, as bottom feeder has 13 minutes to do so. This push will be set up right now, and yeah, we will see if he can make it work or if 303 will just falter at this point.
Yeah, with the French having this massive amount of map control, and with them being French units, which means that they are mobile and generally, as you said, glass cannon. As long as Lizek just doesn't make any bad decisions, doesn't overextend, doesn't do anything stupid, and just keeps taking the good engagements at longer ranges against infantry, at shorter ranges against the tanks if you have to, but also having French infantry with the Apilas weaponry out there, they can just deal with any kind of tanks that get close, with the Milan 2s and P4 Milans and the tanks doing the rest of the damage. Here we see a P4 Milan nearly sideshot the T-54, already putting it to mediocre cohesion. And yeah, bottom feeder did not realize this. Now actually does realize this, but that's a tank gun.
Yeah, and the infantry is trying to push along behind the smoke, but it's only 2 mortars. They can only hit so much at once. Granny voltages get hit by the 152mm. They do their job, but Dijak still has a good amount of space to give here. Still has also pretty good infantry, both AT weapon and infantry fighting wise, and is moving those forward. Kills the Thai, the only military police unit here, I believe. Yeah, the only military police unit here, so all these shells needs to just drop a good bit in their combat efficiency, losing 5% accuracy, which is pretty significant in infantry fights, and also just take a good bit more stress. MiG-21 HE does go down as well. Bottom feeder tries to move forward, but his vehicles just get picked apart. He is nearly out of tanks here at this point, and on the other side, yeah, still a lot of AMX-30s just waiting. And AMX-30s, like, there is no worse tank that you could push in with infantry into as them with their 30mm autocannon that is also slaved to the main gun's fire control system, giving it fantastic accuracy. They just completely annihilate infantry that pushes into them.
Yeah, and even with the upvets here, the AMX-30 leader giving them all the bonuses, and those bonuses working, like doing the most amount of effect when it comes to autocannons and 50 cals, because of the way that the accuracy is calculated here. Now, even though there was a second wave of Zalesnitsy coming in to support the attack and a bunch of supply to prepare for it, bottom feeder got absolutely nowhere with this attack. And should be pointed out that 5th Blinde was picked as a counter pick to 3L3, so I don't think it is an accident that the counter is so powerful here. And I think, as you said, the bottom feeder kind of bit a little bit too much of the elephant, not getting a division with real tanks. And anything that doesn't have a smoke launcher is not a real tank. That is some kind of a defensive unit or a fire support unit, but not a main battle tank. Main battle tank has to be able to show itself, be fired upon, and escape from it. And they just nothing can do that here.
And he also learned the hard way that World War II tanks weren't the most fuel-efficient vehicles out there. So, like, his plan also got a bit just bogged down by the fuel issues that he had. If those wouldn't have happened, he likely would have gotten a good bit deeper. But also the whole southern push was a bit uncoordinated, like the 30mm autocannons coming a good bit after the Vidras moved in. Otherwise, he could have maybe dealt with the helicopters a bit better and so on. Like, there were just a couple surprising inefficiencies. Like, this is not what we know from bottom feeder. He's usually quite on point with his gameplay execution, but obviously it's a weird matchup with 2 divisions that you usually don't see playing against each other on the map, that you usually don't see it. His idea was sound, it's just the execution wasn't quite there. But on Lijak's side, the execution, after one or two hiccups that made me a bit worried about him in the first 3 minutes, where he threw a couple too many AMX 30s away against SD 100s. He just played perfectly, and yeah, got away with the victory here. Well deserved the fifth place day in game number 1. 1-0 lead here in the semifinal, and Bottom Feeder has to bring it up in the next one if he wants to make it to the Grandfinals.
Oh boy, just look at that AMX 10 Surblind kills here. I know most of those are not super valuable units, but really just the French have the ability to lean on and do a lot of stuff early on with the AMX 10 RCs, and with the knowledge that any kind of infantry fight that they start or participate in, they can reinforce infantry in very fast and effective VAB vehicles very quickly. You don't have a massive infantry tab, but your infantry is high quality, even down to the chasseur units having sniper rifles and great AT weapons. All around, I correct counter pick to 303 on Black Forest, I'd say.
Yeah. And really well executed there with that push. After realizing that he couldn't quite make it through in the north, but kept the pressure up there as well. So GGVP. And yeah, let's see if Bottom Feeder can bring it around in game number 2. Game number 2 will be First Armored, one of Bottom Feeder's top division, against Lijek, bringing around his Polish pick of the day. Always there has to be one. This time around, it's 20th Panzerna. Let's see if he can make it to the Grand Finals with his home division, or if Bottom Feeder can get us to a decider game. Quick break, and then we're gonna be back. So here we return with Bottom Feeder versus Stardeck Lijek, game number 2, and it is on the classic Vertigo, with Bottom Feeder bringing around for maybe the 10th, 11th or so time First Armored on this map. Like, we have seen him so many times in past leagues on this map with this division, and we once more see him here with his trademark division for the map. Well, on the other side, it's a division that we have seen a good couple of times out of Lijek as well. Obviously, being a Pole, playing the Polish divisions quite a bit as well, and 20th Fasana, likely still the best of them, and for sure the best of them for Vertigo. So should be a pretty interesting matchup here between the two. And yeah, what do you say about that really quick bottom feeder deployment here?
Yeah, so the bottom feeder deployment here is basically it is taking the third way, and as we know in politics, whenever somebody says third way, they mean far right. And when they are attacking in the middle into the citadel with this large mechanized force, Challenger, 3 warriors, some track rapier, air defense, a standard mech composition, they are not doing this to get into Dimitri, they are doing this to get into Boris, contesting the citadel and the very predictable Polish special forces recon opener, just wanting to get rid of those small 3- and 4-man squads. No, yeah, they got the Rospecial GSR are the 3 ones, and getting rid of those, getting rid of the Honker Russes, early on is going to snowball into huge gains later on in the game. And the 20th Pantera, I would say, is pretty equal when it comes to the actual tank tech level compared to what the challengers of First UK. But better infantry AT weapons means that if bottom feeder can actually get these places, get Dimitri, get into the citadel in the middle, they will be easier to defend against T-55s, against BMP-1s, BMP-2s. Lots of Milans, lots of Milan 2s, like way higher tech level when it comes to missiles and AT weapons for the British. And stronger air tab also, though I believe the Polish can contest that by just buying more air defenses.
Yeah, SU-22 rocket here is an interesting opening. It is the one with the 4 S-24 240mm rockets, which has a really short reload time. So if you let it fly around like this, its refuel time might be a good bit longer than the actual reload time. And only 16 seconds on the reload there if you only fire those rockets. So that is moving around to try to get some hits here on some spotted recon units. Parrots, really cost efficient recon, very good optics on a 15-point vehicle with smoke, so they can get you the optics that you want for your game on a cheap price point. Scimitar now eats those rockets, but does dodge them by taking a sneaky little left turn, and the rockets landing off target. Tornado AA here being invested on quite early on as well, as the first Me Too US goes down, gets a hit, so that short reload time just got prolonged to a 6-minute reload repair time with that hit. Not a kill, but still means that SU-22 isn't coming back anytime soon.
Yeah, no, with the Lizek's mech force, significantly smaller mech force, and with infantry is getting into Boris now, the strikers, the very long range ATG and striker vehicles are going to take the standard defensive positions, supported and spotted by the ferret. And that way, they're basically going to prevent that whatever's going to happen in the middle here, the enemy is not going to be able to move and actually start pushing Anna. And the point here is to make a concave in case the enemy actually has a bunch of guys, bunch of tanks willing to push. And the Tornado here is a huge resource. It means that the Challenger can actually engage stuff without constantly being afraid enemy bomber is going to show up. Armored rifles, and when they move out, will be able to fight for the Citadel as long as somebody gets rid of the ZU-23 AA gun, which is happening right now. No orders happening on Lizek's side. Lizek's just kind of waiting, slowly moving and creeping up some recon infantry into those buildings, while bottom feeder is now taking the moment, recognizes that the south side, Dimitri center, completely clear, which also means that it's possible to put these long-range AT missiles onto the enemy side of the south side of the map. And that is where the Spartan MCT is doing. I think that's probably where the warrior appliques are going to end up. And because if they can actually penetrate into this area, they can start threatening the very open reinforcement roads. And that's going to put Lizek in a horrible position. Like, the mechanized attack into the Citadel has kind of successfully neutered the one thing that 20th Pantera does really well, which is the aggressive recon opener. And with Lizek not doing anything, not trying to contest Dimitri or center, despite being technically capable of doing that, not wanting to risk that the enemy is opening with Terrier Paras and SAS patrols, they've kind of locked themselves into this this engagement here, and they are going to have to fight themselves out of this. There is no solution here. The enemy needs to be beaten right now because bottom feeder is getting into such an amazing position for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the honker here beating up the ferret a bit. The ferret not moving with this flank around the southern part of the citadel, that's a bit of a mistake, as it would have allowed spotting the enemy tanks a bit earlier so that ATGMs could have engaged a bit earlier. But outside of that, the fight here is going pretty well. AVRE's doing a decent job. SAS patrol now moving around, spotting for the assault pioneers, which are pretty decent pioneers that will come up in a second as well. And yeah, the commando being on the way to center and Dimitri, that will put up the pressure onto Lijek to actually try to set up some aggression. And I'm not quite sure what the angle would be. Maybe just going through the north directly from Boris into Anna, ignoring the citadel for the most part, and just trying to put up some pressure, but you always risk getting your reinforcement path cut off then. So it's not an easy way out, but for now there are enough combat forces to allow to fight yourself out of it, and they are starting to move now. BMP2s, T-72s, all on their way to Anna. So these are going to be most likely the most important couple of minutes of this game, where this game might just get decided.
Yeah, now this attack is completely spotted by the SAS patrol, but there are no units really here to actually deal with this. The lack of a single infantry unit to stop the T-72 or just drive it away is a huge problem, a huge risk taken by Bottom Feeder that is now paying off for Lizek. The Hell Arm is going to move in and will prevent any kind of horrible breakthroughs, but also the Hell Arm can't really do. Oh no, the Scimitar got some damage in getting side shot against the T-72, and the T-72 second hit by the Hell Arm.
Yes, Strikers engaging towards the north as well. Javelin LML pushed back, and the infantry is moving in. BMP2's trying to assist in the fights in the center. AVRE here, not at the spot where it wants to be. It goes down to 1 hit point. Is desperately moving away, while the Challenger south of the Citadel got heavily damaged by the T-72 and the Fargot missile, so it is in dire needs of repairs as well. It is pretty stressed out too, so it can't just rotate up north. Another Challenger is being brought up, but currently I like actually where this is going somewhat for Lijek. Those engagements so far have gone pretty well. Tornado does whiff as well with its bombing run. And the coup does fail to get the second connection, but 9 damage means that that tornado is going to repair for a good while as well. A lot of missiles here flying around from both sides, but good dodges right now from Lijek. They're not getting hit by any of the Milans. I actually kind of like the position here in the north right now for Lijek. The only real issue is that he could get ticked upon any second now, but Bottom Feeder hasn't moved the command unit into the zones in the south. Now realizing that, already missing on a take here for a minute or two, but at least now will start getting ahead of Lijek point-wise.
Yeah, a little detail that Lizek does that I love is that they move their units with the fast move, even like in combat, even when under fire, just to get that little bit of extra speed to dodge those missiles. Like the Striker missiles, for instance, the swing fires come at such a long range, but they're relatively slow. And yeah, right now there's more infantry is getting in here for Lizek, but now that the fire support, the 2 challengers, 2 warriors, and assault pioneer to kind of take the close range calls here, the anti-air is not in position for Bottom Feeder. The anti-air is a completely different part of the map, and there's no fighter out here, so that assault pioneer could go, and it could go just by bad control, but also via that rocket.
Yeah, challengers keep on pushing. There are a good amount of warrior pleaks here as well, so the armored fight likely not really a solution right now for Lijek. It could use some bombers together with Stellas and groups to try to change the outcome there a bit. Has Mi-24s as well moving in too. Like Bottom Feeder being so weak on the AAA for sure is an issue. Rotating 2 tractor appears from the south to the north, but yeah, with the +2 now, this is where Bottom Feeder could really get the leg up from, like similar to what we saw last game, where Lijek got up 400 points and then just said to Bottom Feeder, "Come at me, bro," and Bottom Feeder might just be able to do the same here. He first would want to clear this tree line, though, that is in front of Anna, but doesn't really have the forces right now to actually deal with those Polish infantry units holding that line.
Well, the Assault Pioneers, 0 with Assault Pioneers are going to go in here and do the screening, and the M109 is right behind them. It's barely dodgeable on those ranges, going to be extremely accurate. And meanwhile, the Piakota Schmeck are going to eat some British long-range firepower. Yeah, huge amount of tanks here for Lizek, and Lizek understands that they just can't do this piecemeal. There's way too many enemy missiles. Oh, the BMR gets taken out. That's a recon unit gone. There are not too many recon units around. There is another BMR here, fortunately, but those things are gonna be taking like frontal positions anyways, and removing them is a huge advantage for the British on defense. And now we see movement is happening. Everybody is kind of taking some kind of an fighting stance here on the Polish side. The also Assault Pioneers haven't managed to get anything done, but the Piechota Schmeck in the front line are not going to be able to do anything. They are anything either. So Lizek kind of needs to, now the helicopters moving up, Dana is being called in. Dana could be an excellent resource in denying the enemy getting into that tree line. So, and now the tractor piers have been moved up here. They need to move a little bit further to actually take shots at the Mi-24Ds. These are older generation gunships, but you get 2 per card here, and they're still gunships, they're still armored, still got rockets.
Yeah, and the ATGM still will one-shot the Warrior Applique as well, which did a decent job here in the north, but at the same time, Challenger did go down at the Citadel, so the flanking firepower of Bottom Feeder relatively heavily reduced. He still has a good bit more armor in the north, and he is still the one that currently is getting the +2 take. Does get the ST-22 with the tractor piers. The tractor piers keep on rotating as Lizek is moving in the BMP-1 CV, but he isn't getting enough forces in there to actually overwhelm the enemy armor here, or the enemy forces in general. Smoke not quite on point. We have BMP2s now starting to engage. T-72 does get close enough to get the Warrior, is now engaging against the next one. Challengers move in as well. Oh, it's stunned down. The T-72 does not go down here. Can smoke off in time. Armored rifles moving in right next to the BMP leader, so it might not survive for long. T-72 does get shut down by the Strikers. Striker in a fantastic position here in the south with the relatively hard-hitting, relatively low accuracy swing fire missiles. So yes, the engagement here not going quite where Lizek wants it to go. Loses the CV, loses the BMP2, loses the T-72, doesn't get one tractor up here, or does he even get, he gets both tractor up here there actually, and his helicopters get out. So the AA situation might be still an angle, but he is not stopping the take right now.
Yeah, and the smoke also work as cover for Bottom Feeder to get the infantry back in here. The smoke very crucially did not block that little road in here through which the Challengers and the Milans could fire at the engaging enemy. And a little bit of a detail, huge issue per that engagement. And tank count for Lizek is 3, 4 T-72s and 3 more T-55s coming in, as well as a single Wilk. So the tank attack is going to keep on continuing, but meanwhile the reinforcements on Bottom Feeder's side are mostly AA because the core component of the anti-tank force has not been dealt with. Not yet. I believe this is actually a relatively historical matchup. I mean, these were units on the northern German plain, and this is clearly a very plain area. Maybe the mountains are a little bit anti-historical, the forested hills.
Mi-34 is trying to move forward. Warrior Appliques do get gunned down, but Bottom Feeder is holding on to the north, is getting his infantry into the forest now, and there has been no pressure against the south so far from Lizek, and that is a real issue. Is now moving around with 2 MiG-21 HE bombers, trying to at least get the Citadel back. Both of them dropping at the same Assault Pioneers. That's a bit of an overkill there. And oh no, they go directly over all the AA. Javelin LMLs are luckily British AA, so they're absolutely trash. No hits scored whatsoever. British AA, always glorious. as we have 7.6 meters MGs together with Mi-24s now clearing up the center. So he is getting some positions back. I feel like a rotation south, once you get the Citadel, might be the call to action here, because I just don't see how he can push through the north at this point anymore.
Yeah, leave a force of defensive units into Boris. Put some recon and ATGMs up that hill so they can fire on long ranges. Take your core tank force and just challenge the south and Dimitri. Force your enemy to commit to buying a bunch of infantry, and in that way, and mix up the game a little bit, because right now, just like the immense amount of troops out there for First UK. Bottom feeder really does like the numbers and buys a lot of units at zero vet. Not tanks, fortunately, outside of the AVRE, but infantry, for instance, absolutely is sacrificable in many cases.
Yeah, Coops here getting a hit against Tornado. Tornado not with the best run. Does it get shut down? Yeah, it does get shut down on the way out. So that's a nice little kill here. Like, the trades aren't going terrible here for Lijek, but the position that is kind of self-inflicted by not taking the south with the faster division is for sure hurting him quite a bit right now. That +2 by now having 450 points of a lead for bottom feeder is problematic. The Dana is trying to get some more hits here. The Fagot trying to get the tractor up here, failed to do so as well. And the T-72 seem to be stuck in the north here for now. They seem to be stuck on fighting the enemy here, tree line to tree line, but they don't really have the recon around to assist them in it. No good Specialty GSR unit here right in the center. The one in the north is fantastic, but it's not helping you in the tree line fight. And at the same time, the center push here is starting to fizzle out as well, as it just didn't get quite enough assistance to make it all the way through. Takes the Centurion AVRE here in the end, but I just don't see how Lijek is breaking out of this at this moment.
Yeah, that T-72 dodged 2 missiles on close ranges, both of which could have taken it out. But yeah, the T-72 knows what's best for it and is not risking this anymore. Another wave of MiG-21 bombers coming in here. Okay, finally something getting a hit on that middle T-72. They are striking against failing to destroy a warrior applique. So yeah, I think Lizak is clearly looking into getting into Dimitri, but the Javelin LMLs are decent anti-helicopter AA and do get the Mi-2 US. So important information denied.
Yes, he gets the warrior applique there in the end with the Dana, but still nothing is actually moving south. He is getting more BMPs in the north, and he is still trying to get some fights in there. M109 fails to get some good hits. T-72 on Challenger Violence there. The Challenger in a 1v1 is the slightly better one of the two with its 18 frontal armor, but only ever so slightly. Against 17, 19 here on the other side. Though that is with one less range stacking, so yeah, Challenger here keeps on moving forward now. Assault Pioneer is moving with it as well. I'm not quite sure if this is the right call for bottom feeder. Like, this is kind of the way that you maybe still lose this. If you overextend, get your tanks down, and then can't retreat in time. Obviously, Challenger is not the best at getting places, especially once stressed out. Their speed is pretty abysmal, but do bait the Vilk into it, and the Vilk does go down to the Milan 2 from the south, getting a nice hit here. So the situation in the end still absolutely under control here by bottom feeder, and yes, it's just a bit weird to see Zizek time and time again trying to headbutt himself through the northern forest. 2 T-55s biting the dust there as well. Yeah, this is not looking good for our player in red.
Yeah, sacrificing that infantry and getting those buildings is a decent idea because you're denying enemy recon from using it. And now the second BMR getting taken out here. There is another one here in a worse position. But I would say as long as you don't lose challengers doing those little poking attacks, they are worthwhile. Like, you also do want to do stuff with your units, even if you are up a +2. You don't want to just sit on your laurels and wait for the enemy to figure out something. Now, Honker Rus coming in here, Scimitar excellently placed to deal with it. Rospeciani also moving up down south towards center. They are going to meet a ferret, but the ferret actually is not going to spot this. Nothing is going to spot this Rospeciani, so a little bit of hope is still alive, especially when that hope is followed up by 4 squads and 2 tanks and a Strela 10. Not the biggest biggest attack that could be mustered, but with these 4 ground attack planes coming in here, there absolutely is potential to at least get into the zones.
Yeah, Warrior Pleaks here once more get shut down a bit, but yeah, the push in the south now, this has to work out within the next 5-6 minutes. Otherwise, the point lead here will be up to a point where it's kind of be impossible to turn it around again. Mi-24s now get welcomed by a lot of Javelin LMLs. Both of them do survive. Good micro there, but aggressive actions in the north are basically impossible at this point for Zizek. Too many ATGMs that just can hurt him too much with the Milan 2s and the swing fires here sitting around. The challengers too numerous and too beefy as well to just push through.
Oh no! The ferret is taking the shots against the Rospeciani. The Rospeciani is barely out of range. It needs a command here. It already lost one of its 3 guys.
It gets
no.
Honker Russia getting assistance in the north. The Rospeciani takes the ferret out in the south as well. Both ferrets going down there in short time. Scimitar now engages T-55s. Does reveal itself that way. So will get gunned down, and Bottom Feeder now has to realize what is going on here in the south. The T-55 train just driving straight into the zone, running over the Javelin LML now. And the Pichotas mech, they will be key. This actually might work out here in the end, as we see the BMP-1s numerously driving in here. MiG-21 does get shut down on the north. The rifle leader trying to get over the open field, though, does get bombed at the same time. And yeah, this push here, it actually might work out. T-55 does get hit once, but no rifles with floor 80s here sitting around just yet. And no tanks either, though a good couple of Warrior Pleaks and the Challenger Mark II now rotating south, and the infantry of Lizek is not in position yet. There is still a Scimitar for spotting purposes. The armored rifles do go down, the Pichotas mech will push forward, but the Warriors with their Raden autocannons keep on decimating them. The Challenger kills the T-55. It just doesn't look like this actually will achieve what it is trying to for Lizek.
Yeah, there had to be a T-72 or some to deal with the Warrior Pleaks at the very least, and getting out there, having the armored rifles stun your units, lower their cohesion and mobility, and then the ATGMs quickly move in and just do the damage. That's the way the British want to play, and at least the Sappersi Sturmovi are getting into center, but at this point, with these losses and this ever-expanding force of British mech, I doubt Lizek is going to be able to, grab the 1,000 points required. It's still not impossible. There is a 3 T-72 blob here attacking with some smoke support and decent luck. They could get an engagement against the Challenger 2 right now. Oh, the Challenger misses. The luck is happening here, but the Hell Arm is above the smokes and does get the Wilk destroyed with an Ito side shot. And suddenly, Lizek barely has left the position, left the cover, already lost the best tank.
Yeah, and all the tanks here currently getting repaired by that Chinook. Once they are back into action, the north is completely shut down as well. The south already collapsing as we speak here for Lizek. Has gotten Sappersi Sturmovi in there, but that's about it. And Bottom Feeder just needs a bit more infantry down here. Is still not buying any, is buying more Warrior Pleaks and armored rifles. But what I really have to say, the usage of Warrior Pleaks in this game, fantastic out of bottom feeder. That's how you use them. We have seen them misused a couple of times this season, and often that ended in disaster for the first 2K player. The way bottom feeder used them behind the challengers from the angle, using their fantastic Milan 2 missiles, and then engaging with their autocannons whenever enemy infantry was spotted and all the situation around it was figured out as well. Like, that's how you use them, and they were just so good here. So many T-72s and T-55s damaged or killed by them, and with the southern push here now going along as well, one challenger assisted by a couple of warriors, like, this is looking pretty well as well. Tornado on the tail of a MiG-21 gets both killed there as well, so the situation is getting worse and worse here. The Mi-24s desperately try to get some kills, but they are super stressed out, so their chances of actually hitting anything with their Phalangas on range is pretty low. The Tornado could come around to at least kill one of them, is currently just sitting around in the corner. We see the CV starting to capture the south, but it's 1,200 points, only 14 minutes. MiG-21 pushes back the Tornado, or the SU-22 rather does so, but the Tornado still gets out in time. More infantry, more armored rifles coming around. I have the feeling like there just might be no rifles with low 80s in the deck here for bottom feeder. It seems to be all warriors.
Yeah, I say a lot of I had made the same observation earlier, and especially the lack of like forward defense guys with the actually good AT weapons. But seems to work out for bottom feeder. So who are we to say? The British tanks are not going to be able to do critical amounts of damage anyway. So just leaning extra into ATGMs could be and has clearly been a decent idea. Now Lizak is taking a kind of a siege position against Dimitri, but doesn't doesn't really have the positions to actually get in here. Now the Challenger and Uplique Force are in a really bad position, and the T-72 leader is gonna get there, but oh, are they gonna have the alignment issue? Can the tank gun go low enough? Well, the tank is now revealed, so bottom feeder should try to deal with this ASAP.
Well, everything is looking at that T-72, so it's likely not going to be able to move down there. At the same time, the challengers and warriors in the north with the armored rifles in front start to put up the pressure, get a T-72 already, and there's only one of them remaining. Good couple more units being bought right now, but they likely won't arrive in time. The T-72 leader does go down in the south, and with that, we have the GG, and we have the victory here for bottom feeder. 1-1 in standing, and yeah, it's gonna be a decider game here. As game 3, well-deserved victory here. Really clean first 2K game. Lizak tried to pull some punches, did micro well, but just mispositioned the opener. And from there on, was trying to get up from behind and just wasn't allowed to by bottom feeder's classic first 2K armored gameplay. And yeah, GGVP. Let's get into the decider game, guys. So here we go. A decider game between Zizek and bottom feeder. Whoever makes it into the grand final here has to win this map. And we have a blind pick for the last map, as per usual, in these best of threes and best of fives. And we have a really interesting matchup here for Mount River. As fifth answer, a division that we have seen a good couple of times in the past for Zizek. It is a really reliable, old school armored division. Has solid recon and then follows that up with good mechanized infantry and fantastic Leopard 2s. On the other side, we have a bit more complex and a bit more unique armored division, with the 4th UK armored being a more pact-like NATO division, in that it has to rely on a bit more numerous medium tanks in form of the chieftains. The chieftains by now relatively cost efficient, and it has a lot of motorized, relatively numerous and strong infantry as well. So it can do the job. And yeah, bottom feeder's classic, the wombats in wombats, that we have seen in the past as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what bottom feeder can achieve with this, as 5th Panzer for sure has the late game, but 4th has the tempo here.
Yeah, I have called fourth infantry division in a very disparaging but confusing terminology, because it really is kind of an infantry division. You have to play it like an infantry division. It has a lot of good infantry. It has powerful, numerous recon opener if you want to. You have the tanks that are excellent when it comes to moving slowly behind the infantry attacks, but that can't really do stuff on their own because they are way too slow and under armored. With 40 kph, you need to you need to have ability to take a few hits, and even like Conqueror's missiles will two-shot the older generation Chieftain Mark 6s, and the 15 armor ones, the stronger 170 point chieftains, also still vulnerable to basically every weapon, even the older stuff from any arsenal, really, actually. But and 5th Panzer here, these were blind picks, so these are not counter picks. So 5th Panzer is playing extraordinarily standard, not even trying to like contest anything except using the Fernspare recon forward deployment special forces opener to get there first, and then following it up with an standard mix of a smoke mortar, AA, single upwetted tank, some infantry, some AA, very standard. And bottom feeder is going to have to deal with knowing that since the start of the game, there is absolutely no way they can challenge the Leopard 2s. So this is has led into this mass mechanized infantry attack down into Alpha and Papa, the southern points. Motorized scouts, a powerful infantry unit on its own, 8-man guys with 2 machine guns and a Carl Gustav. They're getting in there, and as soon as their surprisingly 0 vet reinforcements are arriving, they're probably going to get the zone of Alpha. And then it's going to be up for Lizek to start doing some kind of counterattack and start to stop the enemy from actually ruling all of that area, because if the enemy rules the southern side, they can get pretty decent positions to start harassing the middle of X-Ray, even though X-Ray is quite difficult to get to in most cases.
Yeah, Lux here will try to ambush the Saxons with the mod rifles and motorized scouts in the south. Spyglass Scimitar trying to set up the recon here around the corner, and yeah, the Wombat double Wombat action here. This is a certified bottom feeder classic, and when you set them up into nice positions, the Wombats with their decent penetration can be quite annoying for modders, for Leo 1s, and even for Leo 2s to really efficiently deal with. Striker here does fail to hit the Lux. Classic swing fire situation there. It is a pretty solid missile when it comes to penetration and range. It is a pretty abysmal one when it comes to accuracy, but in the end, with the second shot, does do the job here. So bottom feeder will get the self as he planned out to do. north is pretty empty for both sides. The bottom feeder overly fortified there, considering how little pressure there is. So that's a nice little early game victory here for Lijek, getting away with just putting a single Elf Clara up north, so that he has more forces for the center and the south. As Wombat does go down to the Pioneer Carl Gustav here in the south. And that's another annoying little loss here. Wombat in transport going down. Mod rifles trying to push forward. Pioneer Carl Gustav gets figured out here by the chieftain now. AVRE will hit them as well, so they likely aren't going to hit anything further here. But reinforcements with a Leo 283 already on the way. Oh, and the tornado cluster. The dark fires. No, the second dark fires in a terrible spot. No, it was behind the building. So the tornado will get out alive. Will only get a chieftain kill here. So at least that was good maneuvering. But the Leo 283 catches another chieftain Mark 6 here. So KD-wise, still a good lead here for Lijek.
Yeah, bottom feeder has not gotten the zones and just now capturing the back zone, putting the game up into a -3 for the British. And the Sultan, whenever it remembers to start moving up there, the front line will be able to theoretically get this up into a 0-0-0 matchup. But even then, if Panzer is, despite losing these fights for the south area, it's in a pretty good position. Like, they will just be able to keep on buying the heavy tanks, while the enemy is going to have to immediately start attacking with the diminishing returns that you get out of infantry gameplay. And the diminishing returns are the fact that your infantry gets a little bit more obsolete every minute that your enemy buys more fire support.
Yeah, we have more of the armored rifles arriving. We have more L6s. And yeah, I feel like this is a bit too gimmicky here right now. The amount of wombats we get. I don't believe they're actually that amazing for the matchup. Also, they're currently on the completely wrong pathing. It's a bit of an issue. When you push forward here, the game tries to push you through a bit of a corner. Phantom Cluster does not get its bombing run through here. And the Roland 3 does retaliate and gets a kill here. Armored Rifles moving forward with their Carl Gustav. They will be in range of the Leo 2 here in a second. And do get to unload before they can get killed in transport. But quick reaction here from Lijek, moving the Leo 2A3 away so that he likely is not going to get killed here, but is getting stressed out. And getting the town here is a nice little victory for bottom feeder. That can enable you to cut off enemy reinforcements towards the center. But yeah, here come the wombats all under fire in the center. Hooks Milan does go down, Chieftain rotating further, as the wombats now in range of the Fanspeyer, in range of the Jaguar. So yeah, but two of them already gunned down here. Next wombat moving in trouble here as well. The Fanspeyers actually dealing decent damage. Wombats keep on dishing out some damage there as well, as the L6 wombat with another wombat inside does get shut down. Yeah, I like the wombat meme. I don't like it. 3 of them at a time. And the chieftain numbers here are just so low right now. There are few ATGMs around as well. So the front line here for bottom feeder is rather fragile. The mod rifles with their Carl Gustavs, they maybe can push back the enemy here relatively well, but they didn't get any kills. Wombat versus Leo 2A3 here now in the middle. Chieftain does get a hit as well, but Leo 2A3 is able to smoke. Rifles won't cross the open field here without taking heavy fire from the Leo 1s. So the infantry not able to get finishing blows, and that's the real issue here. None of the vehicles dying on the German sides, thanks to their solid mobility and the decent survivability of the martyrs. And with that, bottom feeder is just falling behind here in the KD as long as Lijek keeps up running supply trucks into the front line.
Yeah, the zero vet for both motor rifles and the rifles, even the more expensive stuff, is a little bit intriguing to me. Those you get such great numbers anyways that if you want to bring out everything at Veterancy 1, you can. So Bottom Feeder is either saving the slots for something else, or is just not really concerned about winning infantry fights. And when your advantage over the enemy is your infantry, I feel like this might have been a short-sighted decision here. Like all the motor rifles fighting against these way smaller Panzergrenadier squads. And of course, the Germans have a bunch of fire support around, but the motor rifles would just not bring down the cohesion of those Veterancy 1 Panzergrenadiers. And with their sniper rifles, they could very easily make the motor rifles just inefficient. And now another infantry attack happening, this time with 2 rifles and motor rifles. They are going into X-ray, into the middle.
Oh no, and one of the rifles already shot down by Panzerfaust 44, or it's Milan 2, I'm not quite sure what got the kill there, but one of them already going down, the other one's now in the open field, getting stressed out. The infantry in the south had to retreat. Once more bottom feeder off with the artillery, 157mm artillery is not hitting, and only now more chieftains. And yeah, when you're playing the pressure division and you're starting out with your defensive units, like wombats are not a great pushing tool. We saw that playing out in the south. Like they are really nice when the enemy is pushing into you or when they are within a massive block, but neither was given here. So bombatting up here that early on was just a bit too much of a meme here in my eyes, and not really the correct strategy. Rifles here, like this is a fantastic spot. Getting in the Leopard 1A5 on the rotation. Those are the kind of plays that you need here as bottom feeder. And if you would have 2-3 more chieftains to actually force away Leo 1s completely, force the enemy into Leo 2s, then this whole setup would work out a good bit better. But there's only a single chieftain on the front line, 2 more finally coming up, but they are still a good bit off. And at the same time, Lijek is still super stable in the center and starting to push you back in the south.
Yeah, this is the infantry attack that is coming in form of 10-man and 9-man Veterancy 1 units with a bunch of light mech behind it with the Leopard 1A5s and Luxus and probably more Marders coming in at some point. And this is just it's just a very good combo. It's a very good combo for what bottom feeder has here, which is not enough supply. Wait, no, actually, that's a militant. That's a way more than enough supply, actually, for the moment with the militant Mark III. But not enough fire support to compensate for the fact that those motor rifles are inefficient, and the Sultan will keep them at Vet 1 so they can defend the zone at least. But bottom feeder is going to have to start getting some kinds of victories sooner or later, and sooner rather than later. And even though the Wombats now opening fire on Schwillings, Leopard 2s and AA guns spotting the Wombats on long ranges. Now, if you thought that the Wombats had bad penetration with a heat round of 15, if you thought that they're a little bit too expensive, that they don't have enough range to really be worthwhile, don't worry, because they also have very little ammunition. So they are just not the best anyway. So those Wombats were never going to get resupplied anyways in that position. So might as well lose them. Though not might as well. They will still act as spotters, of course.
Yeah, chieftains now trying to help out here now in the north, but against Leo 2A3s, they are not in the greatest position to take those fights. First of all, because Leo 2A3 does outclass them a solid bit, not by actually that much, but solid bit in penetration and frontal armor, but more importantly outclasses them in rate of fire and mobility, which means it can decide when the engagement takes place and when the engagement stops. So if it goes badly for the Leo 2A3, the Leo 2A3 can just run. If it goes well for the Leo 2A3, it can continue to hunt you down, and that's always bad. So the way to get killed on the Leos is with surprise overwhelming firepower that shuts them down quickly, and that's not easy to gather here. Tornado Cluster Bomber does get one of the 2 plane units here killed off as well. F4F does not get shut down. Darkfire here The second Darkfire in the south seems to be in a weird position where it just doesn't really get its shots off, and both two chieftains now down. The one in the south went down to the big Leo 1A5 blob, and with that the armored rifles here, they are in a terrible position, and this is all not looking good for the division that is supposed to be the pacemaker in the first couple of minutes, as we are already 14 minutes in, and the whole time basically, or outside of the first 3 minutes maybe, the initiative here is with Lijek.
Yeah, it's like I just don't know about the zero vet rifle speak. Like you just at least few cards of veterancy one for the attacks. You can have your defensive forces on other cases. Just the fact that the units get put down the low cohesion basically as soon as they engage the enemy, and the tanks on the background are just not powerful enough. And like I didn't was the plan for bottom feeder to actually get into the back point of Bravo, but if that was the case, I don't think that plan survived even the early engagements. Jaguar cluster getting shot down by Roland 3 right here, and chieftains getting sideshot on long ranges by the Leopard 2. Leopard 2 bagging a kill here and waiting for some infantry reinforcements in the form of 4 pioneers, but all of those are actually going into Alpha. So X-Ray currently not considered to be that relevant actually by the reinforcements of Lizek.
Yeah, Fanspeer there finally does go down, but none of the important vehicles have gone down here for Lijek in the last couple of minutes. The Leo 2A3s all still alive. Even the Leo 1A5s didn't really suffer any casualties, whilst on the other side, 3 chieftains have gone down and a good couple of infantry squads as well. Only a couple of them dying on the side of Lizek, so the KD here is heavily in favor of 5th Panzer, and that's something that just never can let happen with 4th. 4th is a division that's all about trading equally or even slightly better than your enemy. You're totally fine with trading equally with your opponent, because that means that you have a combined arms whilst they likely will not have a combined arms, and then you can break them at that moment or at least take a good amount of ground. But if you stop trading equally and your snowball that you are supposed to run with is melting away, then your game is about to be over. And yeah, mod rifles here killing the Iltis Führungs will keep the takeaway, but Lijek already is ahead 600 points here and is now finding that mod rifles, and there's nothing to stop Lijek from moving up onto Papa. Whilst the center here is still being contested, still 2 Leo 2A3s that could rotate around to assist there. Milan 2 does get a defensive kill, but it's not looking good for the 4th UK here.
Yeah, 4th UK spent its potential momentum in doing bad and inefficient attacks with expensive and weak infantry units at 0 veterancy. Never actually managed. Like, I don't think there has been a single good tank engagement so far, and that is just because the chieftains are horrid. And even though you said yes, they are great in certain contexts. For 95 points, having a medium tank is a decent choice. The chieftains also have relatively large guns. They have early 120 millimeter guns, so they do a little bit of extra HE, but even then, with no good tank fights. Leopard 1s peak, shoot, leave, infantry, pioneer Carl Gustavs win the fights by default because the enemy is 0 vet. The enemy has relatively decent support with the 175mm howitzer as well as the dark fires. The support is the strength of a lot of infantry divisions, and as we know, 4th AD is an infantry division. And yeah, the bottom feeder has finally put a rifles leader into X-ray in the middle, but hasn't actually destroyed the enemy leader, hasn't secured the enemy entrance, does have a bunch of Milans around, which will make re-entering the middle zone way more difficult. But if you look at the reinforcements coming out here for Lizek is investing heavily into recon. So I think they are just going to lean in on trading up. So leopard peaks and artillery damage, I think it's going to be what Lizek is going to do with the middle, whereas the south is basically already taken over. There's nothing bottom feeder can do here except avoid further losses.
Yeah, the artillery is good for bottom feeder, but he is not really in the position to use it efficiently right now. He just does not have the line. Like now, wombats would be great. Now, wombats in the south with shorter ranges to work with in that town whilst he holds the center, they would be fantastic. But he bought the wombats too early. Like the wombats are usually the units that you buy to keep up the ground that you took early on and make it annoying for the enemies to push in. They're not 2 hit point units are usually not the ones that you want to face check the enemy with. And one armored vehicle that they come with is not really a face checking push unit either. So really, I like the 4th UK decently well on the map, and I also believe it has a shot in this matchup, but bottom feeder has set it up relatively badly here right now, and he still has the +3 for now, but that will be gone in a second here when the Leo 2A3 actually has captured both zones, drives a bit too fast through the first one, so gives a bit more time here for bottom feeder stick, but it will not be enough to get ahead in points, and at the same time, Lizek is just completely calling the bluff of bottom feeder here in the south, realizing that there's just nothing to stop his vehicles, and they just keep on snowballing here. The numbers of chieftains that went down just a bit too high, and that's also set up by the bottom feeder because chieftains are terrible alone, because they can't disengage on their own. The way that you can let them disengage is when you have other chieftains behind them, so that the enemy can't just chase them the first one that they damage down, but have to duel the other chieftains, and then you can just like rotate them through. And yeah, Tornado Cluster is here doing a good job as well. The Darkfire is being misplaced didn't help this engagement either, and yeah, it's bottom feeder here desperately trying to cling on to this game, but it is pretty much GG at this point.
Yeah, it's the I keep saying this, but I also think this is like a massive load-bearing issue here. Why is all of your infantry 0 vet? When your enemy realizes that they're just gonna know, well, I win automatically every infantry versus infantry fight, even with the Panzer Grenadiers, because they have the extra sniper rifle, so they're really good at it. And like if you do this, if you choose to have only 0 vet infantry, most of your points cannot go to buying that 0 vet infantry for offensive purposes. Your points need to go into the stuff that actually does the damage. And like you said, if the Wombats had been relegated to defensive duty, they could have maybe helped win a lot of those infantry fights at the latter part of the game. If the Darkfire was in a better position since the start, so it couldn't have been dodged that many times, frankly, had bottom feeder played something else than 4th AD, maybe they could have had tanks that penetrated leopards. It's not that leopard 2A3s are like impenetrable. They only have 16 front armor. They can be, especially in the closer ranges, than the leopard 1A5s are very much glass cannons that pay a lot for their great fire control systems. So just like play a packed tank division. Just pay if you want to spam 0 vet infantry, just buy 0 vet Motostrelki, so you're not paying extra for the good British infantry, and then spend your points in T-72s. That's could have worked out better here. I think bottom feeder was kind of their own worst enemy in this map, and Fifth Panzer kind of eat them for lunch.
Yeah, they tried to be a bit too fancy here. And with that said, we have Lizek in the Grand Finals, GGVP there, and we are going to go into that Grand Final in a minute here. They are starting the pick and ban in 2 minutes time here. Pauline Skill and Lizek going to fight it out. Yeah, 3-6 there with the surprising upset against MJ player. Unfortunately, because of medical reasons, had to drop out in the other semifinal. So Pawnee Skill did move on there with a bye into the Grandfinals, and we're gonna have an amazing best of 5 here ahead of us, as both of these players have shown great games so far. Not the easiest run through here for either this season. Like, Division 2 is insanely competitive right now, but it will look on their peak compared to previous tournaments performances, and it's going to be really interesting to see what the picks and bans are when Lijek will pull out his Polish forces, and yeah, what we're gonna see out of Pauline Skiller here as well. I'm quite excited for this matchup. With a best of 5, we also have the potential of seeing some maps that we don't see as often. We have the potential of seeing some divisions that we don't see that often, because more divisions are already picked early on and so on. So I'm interested to see how this will look here.
Yeah, I mean, this is of course unfortunate that we didn't get the 3-6 game. I think would have probably been my 3-6 would have probably been like my stronger pick over Polian Skill from the games that I watched but didn't cast. And but yeah, Lizek so far is clearly leaning on a like tank meta, slow gameplay. The exception here was the French game, but I would say that even in that even in the 5e game, the first game on Black Forest, the recon attack, as audacious as it was, with probably wouldn't have happened if they hadn't been facing 303 with its famously weak opener. And even after that, like the slow build up, the slow getting into the town, the massing of tank forces, we've seen this repeat in basically every game Lizard has played here. And we even saw the tank build up gameplay kind of starting to happen on the last game, but fourth AD just couldn't really deal with it, and there was no need for more tanks there for Lizek.
Yeah, so it's going to be likely a good amount of mechanized play there out of the two, and we're likely gonna see Vertigo when we consider what we're gonna see out of them. Pauline Skill usually pretty heavily mechanized as well, so the maps we're gonna see likely going to be the ones that favor that playstyle. I believe Lijek is not a big fan of Airport, if I remember correctly, so even though it is a pretty mechanized focused map, likely gonna see that banned. But yeah, a lot of the other maps, I would expect, for example, to see an Omen ban as well, and then instead seeing us playing Stoneware or so. So yeah, maps that are a bit more open. The map pool, the 9 maps that we can get here. Yeah, Omen, Eiche, Thaler, Albion, Stoneware, Airport. Like, Mount River and Vertigo, I feel like are given with these 2 players. And then the other 3 maps, my guess would be on Stoneware, Airport, and Thaler. Maybe seeing Eiche instead of Stoneware.
I am currently making. We're not releasing this, of course, yet, but I'm pre-preparing the betting for the first game.
Yeah, as picks and bans here, they should start in a second. 4 minutes ago, they said they're gonna start in 2 minutes, so we're already a bit late here, but okay, coin flip is starting now. We have the heads, which we don't know what exactly it means, but yeah, we'll get a link here in a second between Point Skill and Lijek. I think coming up. Okay, Lijek is going to be the host. He's going to give us the link here. So Yeah, chat, what do you think are going to be the picks and bans? Like, I would expect second and 79th to eat the bans here. Like, bans I would believe to look somewhat similar to what we got here, actually. As Pauline Skill, a relatively similar player in playstyle, in my eyes, as bottom feeder. So,
Yeah, I would argue probably pretty similar. Banning fourth division, maybe banning fifth Panzer also if away from Lizek they want to start like relying on their own tank gameplay. So you might want to force the enemy to get into a T-72 division instead of a Leopard 2 division, depending, of course, on what maps you're playing at.
yeah. Okay, we don't have the link just yet. This will be the link used. So, yeah, in the end, we're gonna have a blind pick here again. With the best of 5, obviously, a good couple of bans here that will take place. Everybody by now should be familiar with how it goes, so hopefully no situation like with SBG where people pick ready and then don't find the division. Yeah, Zlizek is supposed to be the host here in a second. Some communication. Okay, there we have the link. Let's get into it as a spectator.
Muy excelente, but where is the link?
I send it to you as well. You have to click on spectator on the right once you opened it. And yeah, for everybody who wants to open the link themselves so that they can watch it later as well within the series, you have it now in the chat here too. As we're waiting for Pony Skill, but please, yeah, also click on spectator when you open it.
Waiting.
The 3 dots here still showing up for Pony Skill. This time waiting, guys, you can use to move over to Macherino for a quick second, where you can help out funding this whole shebang. And that runs through the Macherino page, which I forgot to activate the bot for, but the link is in the chat now as well. And there you can contribute money directly without having to pay anything by clicking the claim code button on the top right. And that will add 25 cents. That will be sponsored by Macherino, the site that we host the whole crowdfunding through, into the prize pool. They will add the 25 cents there. So all you have to do is click the claim code button here on the top right to add 25 cents. We already had 41 people doing so with the latest set of codes. So 9 more remaining. So if you want to assist there, you can do so. You can also contribute directly. Praying Wolf, 24th, Mathieu here being the biggest so far. Much appreciated. A good couple of other people did contribute as well, like 36, Tally, and Griffin, CX Visitor, and co. So much appreciated all the support there. If you contribute, there's also is an indirect contribution to the amazing organization Action Against Hunger, as a anonymous community member will mirror the final prize pool up to $1,000 with a contribution to Action Against Hunger. So if you want to assist there, you can do so as well. And yeah, with that said, quick stop there. Let's get it back to Pauline Skill versus Lijek, as Pauline Skill has arrived. We will see bans starting here with Lijek in a second. Those will be the map bans, and then 2 map bans here from Pauline Skill, and then we will see the division bans here. Omen being the first ban, Thaler being the second. So Airport is left open. Omen, yeah, the close quarter combat map. Thaler pretty much on the same page, though in a condensed form, but a lot of short ranges in forests. Not as much sneak potential as on Omen, but still, yeah, something that Lishek is not really into, but neither is Pauline Skull, so yeah, those bans work out for both of them, I believe. Yes, we now will see the bands here on the other side. Point skill still has to get ready here to get the bands in.
Yep,
And there we
Tar,
have.
Omen, close range maps getting pushed away, whereas Pollen skill is banning the long range map, Airbolt and Albion Duel. Albion Duel, very much a long frontline style of a map where your tank buildup and your artillery gameplay and all of this is very relevant. Airport even more so, and both on Airport and Albion, it's relatively predictable of where the enemy tank attacks are going to happen. So you want to, I would say, with polling skill with these bans and looking at the way Lizek played those latest games, probably wants to get into your Mount River kind of territory more so than the Vertigo territory, even though Lizek was beaten on Vertigo, of course.
Yeah, second guards and 31st Tankovi here. Second Panzergrenadier and 31st Tankovi being the bands on Lizek's side. 79th classic band here on the other side. So is the MNet. Not really the mats left open for MNet, though it can still be great on Black Forest. So there is still room for them there. Eiche potentially as well with the opener or Stoneware. So it still makes sense to take them out. Mnet is really, really efficient. And yeah, 20th Panzerna, a more direct ban against Lizek here, seeing that he just played them earlier. He didn't win with them, but he still likes to play some Polish divisions, obviously being a Pole himself. And yeah, those now taken out, and we will see what the final ban here will be. I would expect something classic as well. Maybe an armored, like likely an armored division. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what the next best thing is. Like second guards maybe, or yeah, maybe first UK. We'll see what Lizek decides on the final ban.
Yeah, I mean, second UK would be just a reliable way to get a powerful and aggressive division away from your opponent. But no, it is fourth division. It is the anti-tank specialized armored division, kind of an aggressive anti-tank heavy tank division. That is what fourth division is. One of my favorites personally, and wanting to get rid of it is basically like one thing, and also 31st of you 31st is not a specialized anti-tank division, but it does have the very powerful cluster rocket launcher and also a very strong infantry tab. But yep, Poland skill, immediately Mount River and 5th Panzer.
Taking away the 5th Panzer that we just saw from Lizek on that map. So kind of using Lizek's own weapon against him here. That's an interesting little opening here of like playing the mind games here. Like being like, oh yeah, I saw that you liked that division. I saw that you liked that division on that map. Well, I do so as well. And yeah, as I predicted, Pony Skill continuing the trend of Ukrainian players playing with relatively heavy mechanized divisions, bringing out the 5th Panzer here. So now Lizek has to find a solution for that. As the counter pick here, the question is, do you go fast against 5th Panzer, or do you try to scale with them and try to even outscale them? There are a couple of options that can outscale them. There are a good couple of options that can just try to outpace them in the early game. Like 5th Panzer, unlike 2nd Panzer Grenadier, doesn't have the super safe opener. It has a relatively decent opener for a heavy armored division, but it doesn't have the most stable one. So you can still rush them even on Mount River. Question is just which division would be a good pick here. Like, do we see a first cavalry, or what do we see here out of Lizek?
I have a feeling that Lizek might be now wanting to get into the infantry aggro grain themselves because the 5th Panzer, you 5th Panzer does get decent infantry. You get your 10-man pioneers, both anti-infantry and anti-vehicle, but so only a limited number of those. Oh yes, and it is 8th Infantry. Now 8th Infantry is pretty nice on Mount River against 5th Panzer, because even though 5th Panzer does get the Fernspare opening, 8th Infantry can like fight that off if they want to, with their own long-range surveillance special forces, who are also six-man squad, except they have a little bit more weaponry compared to the first pairs, I believe. But then 8th Infantry kind of negates the opener advantage, but also does get the tanks that are just as heavy, AT missiles that only are really effective or efficient against the heaviest tanks. 8th Infantry against something like 20th Polish wouldn't necessarily be as powerful as against the 5th Panzer in the late game, arguably. Also, 8th Infantry gets a strong AA tab, which on Mount River is good. And if you want to slow down your enemy from taking out your very, very expensive M1A1 tanks. And also with the more powerful infantry tab, even though the infantry tab is imperfect, you can still kind of reliably grind at.
Yeah, but you lack the IVs, and you do, but you get the MR10. Like, I believe that's the biggest selling point for 8th in that matchup. The MR10 on Mount River is just a massive advantage. Second pick here, a classic for Lizek as well. We have seen him many, many times on 5th Division, just in the last matchup. There it was Mount River, there it was Black Forest. Now it is on Vertigo. And 5th Day hasn't really performed that great on Vertigo from my experience over the last couple of weeks, like in this season and even the last season, since they got nerfed a bit. They weren't even the most amazing division before that, so I find this a bit curious. I feel like it is not having the staying power or quite the aggressive opening speed to really do well on Vertigo. So curious pick to me here, and I'm also curious to see what Polny skill is picking against it, as we're waiting for him here currently to set his counter pick up.
Yeah. The Vertigo aggressive gameplay with the division blueprint there basically gives you a nice guarantee that if the enemy wants to play slow, you can play defensive for the most of the game. Because on Vertigo, of course, the more aggressive division, aka the division with the AMX-10 RCs, can actually fight for the half of the map and basically defend the rest of it, and defend all of it, but just not do any drastic tank attacks. Now, when it comes to drastic late game tank attacks, 9th Panzer is absolutely one of the divisions you want to get into. That is the heavy and slow granddaddy of T-72 divisions. It is relatively standard when it comes to its unit compositions, but the difference is that it lacks a lot of early game stuff and has to deal with basically standard BMP-1 Rasvedka units to follow their opener. But, you know, DDR divisions have strong infantry in general, strong enough to challenge the French, certainly, and they get just a cornucopia of T-72s, cheap ones, expensive ones, even getting the highest tech. I don't remember its a specific model, but I think it's the equivalent to T-72B. And map pick, Ica.
And a really reliable division. Yeah, Polny skill here with the classic meta picks here. Like, Lizek playing a bit more the old school of WARNO, really indicating a bit of when he played the most WARNO, 8th US and 5th Day, early, even early access divisions, like they came out in 2022 both. But on the other side, we see bit newer divisions here with 2nd Guards and 9th Panzer, though they have been around now, especially 9th Panzer for a while, but even 2nd has been here for. And now we come to Lizek's classic Polish mandatory pick with the 4th Zimek, and that's an interesting matchup. 4th Zimek is fast, 2nd Guards isn't the best division when it comes to openers. If you can start to take a bit of attritional damage against them, inflict a bit of attritional damage against them, they can start to collapse, and 4th Zimek, just like 4th Mordschützen, is good at that. But if you fail to do so in the opener, then second guards will just likely run you over because you don't have the tools of killing endless numbers of heavy tanks in that division. You have a couple of tools to deal with a couple, but if those numbers of T-72s and T-64s gets too high, you will be in big trouble with the ZMAC.
Yeah, the opener of second Motostrelkova Divizia is also relatively slow. So fourth Polish basically doing the mega opener, just driving the honkers everywhere, just trying to get as much ground as possible, and then filling that ground quickly with cheap and effective units. One of the openers that on certain maps that second Tamanskaya can do is that they convoy. They just stack up all the really powerful vehicles in one attack and just start attacking. And fourth Divizia is sort of it is just a straight up counter to that strategy, meaning that the second, being a heavier division, is going to have to start filling the whole map and fighting for the control of the whole map. Theoretically, of course, that's what fourth wants to happen there. And with Stoneware being the next map, Lizak picks 6th Motostrelkova Divizia. This is the strange one, the weird one, the powerful one, but that is absolutely not as straightforward as most powerful divisions in this game. And at this point, of course, Lizak, experienced player, a lot of games under their belt, so I'm sure they know how to use the eclectic mix of units and assets you get there. More interesting is that how is it going to be countered?
Yeah, it's a division that has kind of all tools, but not in the normal way that you would expect them, being a bit of a mix of East German and Soviet equipment. And like, you get your heavy tanks, you get your IFVs, you get your special forces infantry, but you get them in helicopters, you only get BMP-1s. Your tanks are the heavy tank that is a bit slower with the T-64 on the Soviet side of things, and one card of T-80s. Like, you often just get one card of things, being a bit of a mashup. You get good cluster bombers and good AA, but also a really good long-range fighter that can't hit helicopters really, and a really good helicopter hunter that is bad in air-to-air fights. So it's a good division. It has all the tools. It is not quite the normal standard of all the guards divisions. And yeah, you either want to rush them with a better forward deployment, or you want to overwhelm their mechanized with slightly better mechanized. And expecting Polny skills choice to be better mechanized, because that's the pick that he has done so far. Like, every single matchup here is him having the better mechanized division. But maybe he is throwing a curveball here. Maybe he is picking something more aggressive in this one. We'll see. So far, still considering what to pick.
Yeah, I'd say that like a strong early counterattack might actually be the way to deal with sixth in most cases. They rely a lot on their early helicopter support and their air support, and also their helicopter deployment in some cases. So having a strong opening of air defenses and then following it up with like a moderate amount of vehicles as a counterattack could work in that way. How about that second UK could be pretty nice, could hard counter sixth opener and force six to play more standard, force them to transition into artillery gameplay. But of course, wait, no, does second UK get the good artillery, or do they only have M109s?
No, they get M107s.
Yes, M107s. So that's good. So in that case, even the artillery dueling would be pretty equivalent.
Yeah,
and we get it in second UK. I got one right. I don't need to do predictions anymore. 100% prediction win rate right now.
Yeah, now we get to the interesting part. Blind pick coming up here. So yeah, both players have to get ready here. The map will just be instantly picked because it's the last map that we haven't gotten picked yet, which is going to be Black Forest. And the matchup there is going to be interesting. That is a map that is not as favorable for these heavier divisions. You can still play them there though. And yeah, Polny skill here with a slightly lighter division here with the 2nd Infantry, but still has a heavy tank card in it and a heavy tank leader. Still has warriors inside as well. So it's one of the more all-rounder type of divisions with those SAS openers, followed up by normal mechanized infantry plus some good motorized infantry and some decent artillery. So yeah, let's see what we will get on Black Forest. Obviously, there is a decent chance that that map won't be even seen in this best of 5, as whoever makes it to 3 wins does win the series. So it might be all over after map 3. Decent chances it is over after map 4, but maybe we will make it to the decider game. And there, the blind pick component here is an interesting one as well. Like, what would you expect the other side to play, and what could be good against that? Or do you just go with your comfort pick? Yeah, we'll figure that out in a second here, as soon as both players have found their pick and gotten ready. We're currently waiting here for Lijek to ready up as well.
Yeah, I would say that something standard. I mean, everybody has their comfort picks for Black Forest. The map has been around in this form for such a long time, and it's been ranked for such a long time, and it's an exceptionally slow map also. So I would argue maybe something akin to 7th Panzer, kind of these medium level, relatively aggressive divisions that people are comfortable with. Of course, because it is Black Forest, you would also get something like Deep Mob.
Ooh, and both ready instantly, and fourth motto versus first Tankova. I like that for the fourth motto. First Tankova is a relatively sluggish division, whilst fourth does have the speed, and fourth still has the capabilities of damaging T-72s. Everything heavier than T-72s, it absolutely struggles at killing, but T-72s it just barely can touch, but it can touch them in a manner that can make them go explode. So a fourth motorisierter Schützendivision, I like that for Lijek. First Tankova, though, still a pretty robust division, but yeah, it goes with Polny skills pattern here outside of 2nd Infantry, but even there he has the better IFV and has the heavier tank even on paper as well, or at least similarly heavy, just not numbers in that time. But all the other times he has the division with the heavy tank plus the better IFVs. And it's going to be interesting to see if Lijek can figure out the way of how to get through all of this, or if Polny's skills pretty stock standard routine can win here. First map will be Mount River, 5th Panzer versus AFQS. Should start within the next 5 minutes or so.
Speaking of the next 5 minutes, you can now bet on this game using your channel points on Twitch.
Yeah, I also will start a poll here over on the YouTube side of things. So yeah, let's figure out what you guys think. Who will win game 1? Will it be the AQS with Lijek, or will it be the 5th Panzer for Polny Skull?
Yeah. Just for Comrade Nguyen in chat, who's asked who is the favorite of this matchup, I would give my favorite status slightly to Lizek. It's not overwhelming, but just with the performance of the semifinals and just in general, I have a feeling that they are going into this very confident. I have a feeling they know what they're doing here. And polling skill, of course, could absolutely take this people's performances and their choices and their mental states and the fact that the neighbor is being too loud or whatever. Everything can affect you, especially in the live games. You know, it might affect you a little bit knowing that a bunch of people are watching you live also, and especially if they make the mistake of ever coming and reading the chat and having the the viewership kind of humanized, made real in that moment. And in this next game, the first game that we're seeing here, we are going to see, as you said, 8th Infantry is going to try to probably just do a lot of infantry fighting against 5th Panzer in the south side of the map, where or the more dense part of the map. But there is a solution to the lack of infantry fighting vehicles. It's not a perfect solution, but it's very commonly applied because it is a powerful one. And that is the CEV, the Combat Engineering Vehicle. So if 8th Infantry wants to build a force that specializes in cleaning up infantry quickly, they can do that. And they will probably force the enemy to build a larger mechanized counter with Leopard 1s. And if your enemy buys a bunch of Leopard 1s, you can then up-tech into M1 Abramses, the standard models. And then if your enemy starts buying Leopard 2s to kill your M1 Abramses, you can tech up to M1 A1s. And with the significantly better artillery of 8th Infantry, with those 203mm cannons, with just buttload of Abramses that they can buy all throughout the game, both to start with the cheap ones and the end with the expensive ones.
It's not really a buttload. Like the tank.
I mean, it's more than enough.
Yeah, but you get a good bit more layers on the other side of things. And the issue of the division is the lack of IFVs. You don't get not even your fire teams come in IFVs. They all come in the old M113s. But on the other side, you get the classic martyrs with a Milan 1 on top of it. With an autocannon. Yes, it's not a great autocannon, but it is an autocannon. And the only Bradleys that you see are the ones in the recon tab, which are pretty limited slots as well. So you can't even really fit in both cards comfortably. So that's going to be an issue. Plus, you still have to deal with the tornado threat, though, as we learned. Like Mount River, usually not won by air spam. Usually, actually the opposite. Whoever air spams has the worst situation late game. But yeah, we're still waiting here for both players to get ready. Lijek here on the right side still has to get into a lobby. So with that said, as I'm still needing a glass of water, I will go into a short break, guys, and I will be back in a second here with game 1. Okay, so they are in a session. We will jump in here in a second, as soon as the lobby is going live. And it seems like Lijek forgot to change his name, so he will likely be Leprave the Braves. As we have Pony Skills game up. Let's see. Yeah, okay. And yeah, we will have Lijek in blue on the left side here now with the 8th US. And yeah, playing the lighter division here versus the 5th Panzer. The timer for the anti-cheating timer basically building up right now, so that we have a bit of a delay here. And Pony Skill and Lijek going to go into it here in this best of 5 map number 1. And it's going to be interesting to see if Lijek can get a good opener here. 8 US has maybe the lighter opener here and has some speedy units, but it is also rather fragile. Like the lack of AT weapons on the American recon units and the Bradley's relatively high cost can mean that your opener can fall apart quite quickly. The 5th, in my eyes, a bit more robust there in that scenario.
Yeah, this is like, I would argue that this there is gonna be like there's gonna be, I believe, like an opener race towards X-ray, and in any kind of like competing early game opener between the first pair and the LRS, even though I believe are the first pair deployed at 100 kph, even if they are not, the Americans have rocket helicopters, and those will win opener. Those will win the opener recon fights. So it's probably best for Poland skill not to try to attempt those, because if they attempt those, that means they also have to buy fighters to cover the first bears from the helicopters, and that means that you're buying fighters which can be shot at from the long ranges by F-16s and I-Hawks, whereas your fighters are, of course, locked into close-range heat seekers. And in this way, I think just the divisional compositions gonna be favor the Americans in the early game. And yeah, we're seeing Jaeger Aufklärers being deployed very defensively using slow transports, the M113 A1Gs.
Well, it's really the very defensive deployment. The very defensive deployment would be in the high rides inside the zone. This is still the normal deployment there, with the Milan going there as well. So I believe you're pretty happy if you can hold that line as Pony skill early on. If that Milan 2 can get into that high rise, that's obviously always fantastic news. Like, that's this advantage that the right side gets. It has the numerical advantage in high rises of 3-0. Well, you could maybe count the church tower in the south, but there's one on the other side as well. But on the other side, the blue side gets a bit better entrance into the center, with this forest here and the buildings being a bit better located than the forest over here that is just a bit out of the way, leaving you relatively exposed on the red side in the way into X-ray, and your first 3 buildings in X-ray being relatively open as well, and you can't jump between them like you can do here with your infantry. So the normal way would be that we see blue side going to X-ray first and then trying to hold that, whilst the red side usually often plays for Alpha and Papa or for the angle in the north. But so far, not much here deployed for Pony skill yet. Has a Gepard out, but Lijek, as always, pretty quick here with the deployment, and already a lot of units out, just doesn't have any commands on them just yet.
Yeah, the one standard model Abrams for only 200 points and 2 CEVs to do the specialized infantry destruction duty. and then a bunch of special forces Rangers units to kind of act as frontline infantry. Special forces infantry moves a little bit faster, just is more reliable, especially on the attack. And the Rangers benefit a lot from getting onto close ranges because most of their weapons are locked at 500 meters. They're anti-infantry weapons. So just having those guys go at the enemy, and whenever something crucial emerges, the M1s or the CEVs can deal with them. And with Bradleys and M150s, interestingly, working in tandem as kind of an early fire support force here, pretty clear that Lizek wants to play this aggressively. And as I said, the early deployment for the Jaeger was actually a different place than that high rise. But if you look at the deployments in the middle here, Polinskill is not even trying to get close to middle, not even trying to get one of those to reach one of those side buildings in the southeast corner of X-Ray, just staying in the high rises there.
But
and
we have a
infantry,
really interesting tank setup here. Usually what we see in this division is Leo 181s and Leo 185s. The opener we see here instead is M48 Heimatschützen with the Leo 283. The M48's not a unit that we see on a regular basis with 5th. It is a bit cheaper. It still has 10 frontal armor, which actually is better than the normal Leos, so it can take a hit from an M60 or an M1 Abrams and still walk away from that alive. It does have the issue of being reservist, which is a pretty bigger issue, and it also has the issue of not having all that high of a penetration itself. So yeah, but a decent fire support unit, as it has a 50 cal, something that is foreign to normal German produced tanks. We are not a believer in the 50 cal. We believe in our fast rate of fire MG3. That is all that we need. And yeah, it's interesting to see how that will play out.
Yeah, the Germans have always voluntarily made their they like to give the enemy the advantage of dressing up in like 5 millimeters of aluminum and managing to block most of their fire support. But fortunately, NATO has pulled Germany a little bit closer to civilization with the 50 cal.
Yeah.
And the Soviets as well, you know, the 14.5 millimeters.
Well, who needs that if you have a Leo with 120mm gun following all of that up, right? And yeah, that's what we have here sitting right behind. The Leo 283 opener is an interesting escalation in the early game. It actually, I thought it would go towards Papa and Alpha. Nope, it will move towards X-Ray here. So we will have an aggressive play with that towards the center after all, whilst the M1 Abrams on the other side does go towards the south. So it will be interesting to see if those two will find each other. In that case, the M1 will be a good bit weaker. It has the fire support advantage, as it has one of the 50 cals, but it has 3 less penetration than a German opponent here, for 30 points less. So the Leo 283 moving in there, it would eat the the M1 live most likely, but for now they will avoid each other as the French players here pick up their normal recon positions. The north, pretty slow plays from both sides as well. Both bring a CV in there too. The classic M577 command vehicle on both sides. One with an American, one with a German paint job. Moving in here. Bundeswehr cross on there, as the French players do make it in time to keep the LRS out of their zone. Both sides here with decent firepower, pretty much on par with each other. So HK versus M248, and both having a sniper rifle as well, as we have smoke coming in immediately here as well. So yeah, the Rangers, they want to push through.
Yeah, now that's a great example of what I like to call the commando motor, which is a single motor unit you buy in the opener of the game to facilitate infantry attacks. Exactly like this, just giving them the extra few hundred meters to get in there, and block them from any potential ATGMs getting deployed right now. And once again, Polinskill here is relying on zero-vet infantry. These are Pioneer Flans and Pioneer Carl Gustavs, all of them decent large squads, but in any kind of exchange of fire, they're just gonna, even with the flame, Handflammenpatrone, not the flamethrowers, but the flame projectiles, the Rangers can just run past them. They don't have to stand still in the middle of the damage over time.
Yeah, M150 here now trying to assist from the south as well. M48 does spot it and does get the kill against it. M48 here on zero vet as well, trying to help out with some fire support. Fernsphere gets taken out by the CEV, so that limits the vision that Polinskill has down in the south here. Fuchs gets overrun as well. M48, they're not in the best position at the same time, though. The push with the Martyrs and the Leos, especially with the help of the Panzermörser smoking off the M901, is pretty successful as well. So with Polinskill likely going to lose the south, he at least does likely get successes in the middle here. Mechanized rifles with the law do get their first shot out with the law, but the first two are a miss. And the third one is a miss as well, as they get stressed out here. Martyrs not even getting hit a single time by that law. It's a bit unfortunate for Lijek, but that means that that center will just get overrun here in the next couple of seconds. So the push in the south has to work out, but it likely will work out as well. Ooh, F4FAT. It's going after ACV. It's not going after the M1 Abrams. M1 Abrams not being spotted right now. We have BO105s coming in. We have more M48s rolling in here. And the Leo 283 now rotating south.
Yeah, this is the bit of an overinvestment coming in here for Lizak on getting so much of that stuff, but at least they'll be able to take and hold. Some of those points could have maybe come to secure X-ray more properly.
Oh,
but,
F4F does get the kill against the M1. The Maverick being able to one-shot the classic M1 with its 16 frontal armor. The Bradley here under fire by the BO105 as well. It has to smoke off, has to disengage. One of the Rangers already got killed by its Swillinget, so the push of Lijek now starts to look a bit more fragile as well. The Leo 283 here moving into a better position. At least the BO105 does get shut down. M48 here under fire by some of the Rangers, ATGMs too. And the Bradley likely going to be able to play a role here too. Yeah, M48 does go down, so it seems like Lijek after all will be able to hold on for a while, but losing the M1, losing the CEVs, one of the CEVs here as well, that F4FAT did exactly what Polinskill wanted and needed it to do.
Yeah, this is the infantry, constant infantry reinforcements coming in on basically only to the south side of the area. I think this could even be an attempt to maybe, if the trades go really well, if this leopard here, for instance, gets killed somehow, Lisa could be looking at India, could be looking at the backpoint zone, because this early on, having this concentration of forces here, if you don't use that, 5th Panzer might be able to stabilize. And the stabilization, there are a lot of close-range fighting infantry because they are zero vet. So as long as Polinskill doesn't lose the core mechanized units, the Leopard 2s, the Rolands, doesn't waste too many martyrs, this could still be going somewhere. Like Lizek could be kind of contained into this very claustrophobic area of the map where artillery and constant Heimatschützen reinforcements, or Heimatschützen M48, A2, CG, A1 reinforcement could deal with this, potentially.
Leo 283 here trying to fish for a kill is not really getting any good spotting though, as there's no recon unit, not even an infantry unit around here right now. Meanwhile, in the center, things are going a good bit better for Polinskill, but M901 does get a shot off against the Martyr. Martyr smokes a bit too late, but luckily for it, does not get hit. But the Panzermörser here is just trying to stress out, is using HE rounds here. They usually don't have the most impact when it comes to damage output, especially considering how inaccurate the Panzermörser is, but it can be relatively solid when it comes to stress, like routing the mech rifle there, for example. So that can help out impacting the damage output on both sides here as well. I'm at M48, starting to push forward a bit. The lack of recon here, though, still a bit disturbing, especially considering how aggressively the CV and the Leo 2A3 are used. As we have an A10 in the sky, we have a Gepard and a Roll on 3 already. So AA here will push back the A10 quickly.
Oh no! Leopard 2 first shot engine destroyed by the Ranger's Dragon. Massive, gigantic. There's no supply here that can actually deal with this, and the Rangers are doing damage to it. Oh my god!
Both of them able to fire on it. A10 did survive there. Roll on 3 not able to connect the second shot. The Gepards here all desperately trying to kill the Rangers before they can get the kill. Smoke is there. M48's here pushing forward, getting the Bradley killed. And the Ranger, one of them down to 1 hit point. Martyrs assisting against more of the mech rifles, but the smoke is dissipating, and the second Ranger here still on 9 hit points, still has one more shot as well, as the zone gets fully captured here now too. M57 577 pushed back, and there goes the Leo 2A3. Engine destroyed, critical kill there, and that shows you why you don't push with your Leo as the first frontline unit. And good fire here with the Milan 2s now. Polnyskill has good fire control around the zone, but does not really have fire supremacy in the zone itself, so is trying to gain that, and we don't see anything against the center lately from Lizek. No M110 here yet either. I'm not quite sure what Lizek's plan is here. A lot of infantry arriving, but I feel like with just infantry, the enemy should be able to deal, especially considering how well the Panzermörser has been doing with the stress damage and the chip damage on the infantry.
Yeah, the CEV getting taken out by the Carl Gustav is massive. Just a single hit from the CEV into the Pioneers could have just made them combat ineffective for the rest of the fight. The Rangers in actually kind of a bad position after using most of their AT weapons here, and so the Fuchses and the Modern Milans are a little bit safer than they would want to be. Oh, Fuchs Milan actually tries to drive under the minimum range of the Ito. LRS misses all of its low shots, and now there's a Fuchs Milan in the flank. It's not really a threat to anybody right now, but, you know, could be.
CV does go down there before it can take the zone. Oh no, it took the zone fully back. So we have a +2 here now for Polnyskill. Polnyskill going ahead in points. F4F with the Zuni rockets that can reload quickly. Comes around. The Fuchs Milan does get the kill there. F4F does get shut down by the Ihawk at least. And we have an M110 and an M1 Abrams out now. So Lizek now bringing around the heavy guns on the tank and on an artillery piece to get fire supremacy in the south again. The Martyrs here mostly got finished off as well by the Dragon fire and by the ATGMs behind it. So holding out now in the zone, or at least on the edge of the zone here. But the +2 is what Polnyskill wants out of this. Polnyskill has to be careful with the trades, but is getting decent trades still. M48 trading against an M901, as the Fuchs Milan did get another victim there. And we have a new Leo 2A3 on the front line, and a lot more M48s rolling up.
Yeah, supply vehicle there, I think, probably purposefully sent out to find out where an enemy AT launchers are, or if it wasn't, I don't know what was the purpose of sending that vehicle forwards. Now with the M110 kind of in shooting range, yeah, M110 is aiming at the frontline infantry, and with the earlier on with these infantry attacks, there has been a lack of mechanized fire support for Lizek, and instead wanting to rely on the long-range defensive and way cheaper ATGM launchers. And now we're getting two heavy Abramses coming out in a row. Milan 2 wasting its final shot against an M110 and is currently outside of Polynskill's supply. And with these forces now,
Leo does smoke in time to not eat both of the ATGMs, but does get hit by a TOW 2. is disengaging now out of there as well, so the M110 won't finish it off either. But Leo 2 once more heavily damaged, at least this time around no crit, but needs to get the heck out of there so that it can repair. Luckily for it, the M901s on the flank don't have a line of sight on it just yet, so it will be able to fall back to the Mankat 6x6 to get repaired. It is a 0 vet Leo 2A3, which is an interesting choice there as well. M901 does get shut down by the Leo 1A5. Good smoke there against the second one. So Pony skill here with some decent micro finds another one in the center here as well. Roland engaging the A10 together with the Gepards and the Roland 2 in the south. The A10 here likely not in a good spot, as the Rolands do get the final hit there, but oh, the Gepard just leaving it alive. Just barely. A10 will get out of here. Will be out for a while, but will come back at a later part of this game.
Yeah, and with the fire support lacking earlier, we have now a second M110 and 3 more CEVs following the tank build-up here. And Lizek lost maybe a little bit too many infantry units that could have run back and waited for supplies to arrive. But they have also, I believe, traded really well against the enemy. And the enemy, once again, is spending a lot of their points in pretty weak 0 vet units. And even though
M1A1 does smoke in time here, F4F80 does get shut down, was on the way there. Lijek did spot it just in time to get the smoke out. M48s sitting around north of the zone as the Leo 2A3 is back. But yeah, with the stress recovery being so terrible on 0 vet, it still will be taking a while until it actually can get a kill here. Fuchs Milan does get shut down in the south by the mech rifle dragon, as the one in the center likely will go down as well here. Leo 2A3 pushing forward, gets the M901, as the M110 though is aiming perfectly for the Pioneers in that building, and the other one going for the Panzermörser. So both artillery units here on target, both of them getting some good kills. And this is the issue now. M110s just can constantly trade nicely for you, and the enemy has to find a way of either keeping agile, which is tough on the map, or keeping up the pressure so that they can keep up the trades by just normal frontline engagements. And neither is looking easy right now to do for Pony skill.
Ooh, another martyr getting tagged by an M1A1. And if you look at the reinforcements coming in here with a bunch of tanks and fire support now on board, what are we getting in from Poland skill? More infantry. And it is martyr infantry and artillery, some light fire support tanks here, but no immediate investment. Maybe not even having the knowledge that of how far the enemy already is in their basically their scaling Tech 3, and with a bunch of LRS units being put next to X-ray also, this could maybe signal that the M110s are just gonna keep their barrels flaming hot, and they're just gonna start removing enemy units. And at this point, the -2 for Lizek isn't that bad. It's only around 600 points. So just getting the better units on board quicker is not like a huge pressure currently. But if these next attacks fail, if Lizek's massive investment into this attack doesn't pay off, and the enemy is on a very wide angle, there could be side shots there.
And M110s get the Leo 2A3. Milan 2 does go down as well. Yeah, the armored situation here is not going up, and we see another Leo 2A3 coming in, where I'm a bit confused why we don't see the Leo 2A4C. Like, the Leo 2A3 cannot quite compete with the M1A1, whilst the Leo 2A4C is slightly outperforming it. So I feel like at this moment, you usually want to get for that better heavy tank. F4F here hunting down the A10 that has gotten around to get a couple of solid kills, and it does not find the kill against it. iHawk likely gonna push it back here in a second, as the A10 even gets to shoot its Sidewinder there. F4F will stay alive, but A10 will do so as well. And yeah, no pushing power here for Pony Skill. The great thing for Pony Skill is the continuous +2 here right now. Like, they are getting up a nice point lead, which will allow them to maybe even give up the south a bit later on and just play around the center. As a 700 point lead, it's still 22 minutes to play. It's not the end of the world here for Lijek, but it's a nice to have for sure for our player in red.
Yeah, I feel like Poland had basically planned out their division to do these like mass infantry defenses. But the whole point of that mass infantry defense is that you transition into the heavy stuff, and then in the mid game, your heavy stuff can be like very, very aggressive, it has initiative of its own if you have proper combined arms. And with the artillery supremacy, and now there's an extra supply and even an extra leader here helping the M110s to get an under 50-second reload time, they're just gonna keep on killing stuff. Like Poland skill and absolutely wants to sit back here and under this +2, but there kind of needs to be some kind of an initiative happening here instead of static defenses. Poland skill keeps losing like key units such as those leopards to the artillery. They just lost. Why?
They getting some nice kills against CVs in the south. Marder is doing a good job there as well. They tried to counter battery the M110s, but Lijek knows that those are the key units here, so is never keeping them static enough for them to get killed, and especially with Tuvet, their salvos are quick enough that not even if you immediately counter battery, you have a chance of catching them off guard. Whilst, yeah, the kills in the south against the CVs, that is nice. That gives a bit of a potential opening here. And the center is still in an okay enough spot with the Leos and so on, but yeah, a couple more kills obviously would always be nice. Pony skills artillery currently relatively silent, and the lack of more Leos is curious to me as well. Like, it's a lot of M48s, but M48s are purely defensive tool in this matchup. They can deal with the M113s and every M1 in the vehicle M113 based, that especially if they push into them, and they can deal decent damage against infantry, but they can't deal with M1 and M1A1s, and not even really with the M60s. But the M110s here getting some more infantry kills with artillery, as the M109 does retaliate here, does go around to deal with the LRS and the 7.6mm MGs, gets 2 of them there killed as well, but at the same time, both Martyrs go down in the south to the Mech Rifled Dragons. So yeah, the pressure is still on Polny skill here when it comes to the trades, whilst he is now up to 900 points.
Yeah, smoke here currently not perfect, allowing the Milan 2 to open fire on the CEV in this attack.
The Panzer Grenadiers, they're not with the right engagement angle, so the M1A1 does get the Leo 1A5 before the Panzer Grenadiers can open up fire. That means that the M1A1 now should be able to push through. Marder goes down as well. M1A1 here still in decent shape. Pioneer Carl Gustav moving in, but no tank now right in the center for Polny skill. He has a Leo 2A3 in the south and a Leo 2A4C in the south, but nothing that actually can help him out holding on to the center. And if the center falls, it will be an immediate +2 for Lijek, and a +2 would be enough. Milan 2 here goes down to the M110 as well, and yeah, the focus on the 2 M110s here right now is exactly the right focus for Lijek. Keeps on getting kills from them, whilst the M109s on the other side, or the 155mm Feldhaubitze, just can't quite follow up. And yeah, I'm a bit curious why there are so many 0-vet units on Polny's skills deck. Like, his deck must have way above 11,900 points, which is the amount of points that you can spend per game. And that's a lot of dead weight that you carry around with you. Yes, you have a bit of flexibility for what you're gonna buy, but Okay, we now also see a Leo 2A3 with one vet being brought up. But yeah, why were the first ones without veterancy? This is curious to see. Artillery here trying to get the M150s, but fails to do so. Leo 1A5 does get hit by the M1A1. And yeah, the Leo 2A3 can deal decent damage there as well, but the Leo 2A4Cs are the ones that actually can get the kill. A10 moving in here. Will try to get the Leo 1A5. Will maybe just go for the BO 105 here in a second as well. Gets pushed back. F4F does come around again. Does get the kill this time around. Second A10 actually here, right behind this. Roland 3's ready to shoot. BO 105 though does go down. Gepard not quite on range, and the Roland does only now get the hit. TV here with the Jägerführer still alive for now in the middle, as we see Lijek disengaging, but the kill ratio here still going strong for our player in blue. Leo 2A3 nearly finding a side shot against an M1 there, but does miss there. M150 does go down. M901 next victim here most likely in a second. As the Leo 2A3 and Leo 1A5 do get the kill there. M1 Abrams can't compete with this. This is the firepower that you want to bring around as 5th Panzer. Next Leo 2A4 coming around as well. Oh, M1A1 did get hit by artillery, so Leo 2A4C that is moving around the flank here could deal some good damage, but it shows side armor. It is smoking off in time here at least. Oh, okay, it does get out alive. As we see the Leo 2A3s and 2A4s disengaging. You don't want to be too static for too long. M901 should move away as well. It is the victim of the two M110s. They will get their salvo on target here. As the M901 109 is not moving, and losing your artillery here is really painful. Yeah, does go down there. Jägerführer being brought up. We have a +2 for Lijek, and the artillery is doing its work here right now.
Yeah, Poland skill is sending in an AT plane, but it doesn't have an order, so it is actually going to fly way too close to the IHawk. The IHawks of the Stingers are going to get it just like that. I do that also. I buy planes and then forget that they will end up on IHawk range, and really just one of the most reliable and only reliable tools to kill the heavy Abramses is just gone right now, and the massing of tanks that are supposed to be the counterattack are just very effectively kept away by the smoke mortar fire from Lizak. Like on both ends, we're seeing here like what an absolute massive force multiplier just a single smoke mortar can be all throughout the game, to the point where I think it's actually a decent and completely valid tactic to just target them, remove them early on, because your enemy might just want to keep the attack going without the proper support. They may forget to buy extra smoke mortars. And at this point, yeah, just look at this. You have the Panzer Grenadiers here, and yeah, these are at least the Veterancy 1 supported forces, but with the M1 Abrams on and the 2 Bradleys with their TOW2 missiles also doing the spotting, there is no way the fire support can actually support this infantry attack. Not to mention the fact that the Rangers and close ranges are just going to murder them.
Yeah, the 455mm howitzer is trying to deal some damage here, is failing to get some real connections though, and the Leo 2A3 here are under fire, and Pony Skill forgot to do the every 15-second move that you basically have to do. Is now moving away. Oh, it will be close. The first 2 shots did land well, but it, I believe, is now out of the... No, it's not quite! Oh, it does go down there. Yeah, it was just on the edge there. And it still got killed by the last 2 shots, as it was really low. One of the supply trucks goes down on the other side, one of the Bradleys goes down on the other side, so the Leos do their job, but they still have a lot of work cut out for them, and now it's only 2 of them here moving around. The third one is being repaired. We have Jaguars moving around. Pony Skill does keep up the pressure in the south a bit as well, and Lijek is busy enough on the front line to not permanently micro his M110s currently, which is a good news for Pony Skill. But yeah, gets another Bradley here, and every Bradley removed is a massive victory, because that's one less TOW2 that can really harm your Leos, and they are not an endless amount of TOE2s in that deck. You only basically get one card in your infantry tab, and then the 1 or 2 cards of Bradleys. So with those removed, your tanks have a way easier life. The ITOs can be dangerous as well, but they are not quite as deadly. And yeah, the Leo 2s trying to assist the Panzer Grenadiers here. Leo 2A4C does get hit pretty heavily though, as the M110s find the next one. The Leos not using their mobility as much as they should, and they get punished for it. M110 just gonna have an insane kill record here in this game.
Yeah, it's the like I hate to say this, but I called this strategy like pretty solidly. You open up with a strong infantry attack supported by some CEVs and a single M1 Abrams. I thought that there could have been some helicopters alongside that, but there weren't. The helicopters have only now arrived to kind of exploit the fact that the enemy is so on the ropes that their anti-air has never been built to be reliable enough, and now the A-10s can just kind of do a victory routine here. But yeah, you open up and you do the ranger attack, the mech rifles attack, and then whenever that stops working, you just try to be the player that transitions into heavy tanks first, heavy tanks and heavy artillery. And Lizak managed to be this player and traded away about 1,000 points, like victory points, sacrificed them to be able to get into this position. And meanwhile, Polinskill was just way too passive about not transitioning and staying in the early phase of the game, where the point was to stem the tide of enemy special forces pushing you. And right now we're seeing that whenever in this late game setting, when your enemy has helicopters and they have the M110s and they have the CEVs, the massed infantry just is completely incapable of doing anything. They just kind of exist to be shot at, really. Now finally a Schwilling managing to get a shot off, destroying a Cobra, but those Cobras were kind of a period on the end of a sentence, even if they get shot down.
Yeah, all 3 dying there relatively quickly. There is not actually that much down here. There are a good couple of Leo 2s moving down here. The issue is, in my eyes, like, the tanks don't really matter. The M1 Abrams, you can outlast them. You have more Leos. You have the heavier tank in the end there as well. And as soon as you get rid of the ITOs, you can play a lot more mobile, and especially the TOE2s. And Polyskill did a decent job about that, but then he never actually stayed mobile. He is too static with his tanks, and letting your tanks be shot by M110s, and we already saw 3 or 4 Leo 2s going down to the M110s at this point. Like, that's just something that you can't allow to let happen. You have to constantly be like, what is my enemy targeting? You have to think from the enemy's perspective and then move that thing that the enemy might be targeting every couple of seconds, like every 15 to 20 seconds, so that they can't get shot. Leo 2F3 here now trying to cross into the enemy zone. That's obviously really aggressive. Will get into the zone. There is an M1CP on the other side though, as the M1 Abrams and the Leo 2A3 here stop spotting each other. Jaguar will get involved here in a second as well. The other Leos should assist here in a second too, with the Jaegers and co helping out. Leo 2A4s, M48s all should engage here moving forward, but the lack of good okay, LRS here under fire. Ooh, Ito does only find a frontal hit, will get gunned down by the artillery. Like, those are the targets that you need there. The ATGM weakness of HQS, that, like, the lack of numbers when it comes to ATGM, that is what you have to abuse here. And then just stutter step your Leo 2s forward. And that's not what we saw here. The Leo 2s were too static, and M110s so far have punished that nicely, but it is not over. We have seen comebacks of Leo 2s in the last 5 minutes of a game many times before, and we could see it here as well. The tank numbers are slightly in favor of Skill at this point. He gets the M1 CP killed with his Leo 2A4C, and we will get the point captured down here. He is still in the point lead. The M1 does not get hit by the M48 there. That is fortunate for him. But Pioneer Carl Gustav moving around the flank here. Leo 2A3s engaging all across the board as well. He just needs more Leo 2A3s here now and not get hit by the M110s too many times again.
Yeah, the Abramses here are kind of unassailable. The Leopards with their numbers should be in a different location, fighting a different fight, and with Milan support, if at all possible. And just the sheer stats difference of just having 2 more extra armor, and the fact that there are infantry units, leaders, all of this combined arms supporting this for Lizek was like pushing Leopards in close quarters is always risky because Leopards don't have the best HE damage. You can justify this with some Abramses because they get the 2 machine guns plus a 50 cal, but with Leopard 2s, every time we've seen kind of Poland skill try to do close support or attacking with the Leopards, that has not paid off positively. Like the early Leopard, the first Leopard, I believe, that got engine destroyed by close ranges, that was obviously horrid luck. But also, you're sending your tanks to infantry weapons range. Like that's just if that was the snowball that allowed for this permanent combined arms advantage to happen for Lizek, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. But in the end, as you said, like the Leopard 2s are way too mobile, and they need to their best characteristics.
Yeah, and once more here, Leo 2A3 getting caught. This is the most obvious target ever. You move a CV into a corner of a zone, the enemy knows in what corner you have it moved it, and you still let it die, even stopping moving too early here. Like, yeah, obviously you want to contest the zone, but keeping the CV alive will save you way more points than keeping 3 more seconds in the zone. Like, move it 15 seconds later instead of like, so we have seen fantastic play against M110s in the past where they still will get kills. M110s, they on a map like this always will get kills, but the amount of kills that Skill has let Lizek get here is just really rough to see. Like, this is not what you can afford to let happen if you want to win a game in this matchup. And he's still decently close here because he has the heavier tools, and he does had a good focus on killing off the enemy ATGMs, like the Ito here being the next target. But Leo 2A3s as a mobile tank being hit by M110s, like, especially after you know what the enemy is focusing and how the enemy is using the M110s, like, that just should not happen.
Yeah, it's also just there's only a single large supply vehicle, but if you're having these intense tank fights in the late of the game, you should have a number of supply vehicles.
Oh, the next Leo 2A4 getting caught out standing still. And the great thing about the Leo 2A and the M1A1...
Oh, and the leader gets taken out.
The leadership drives through there as well. Yeah, those are just some weird situations here. Leo 2A3 under fire now and really low in hit points. And yeah, no, there is another Leo 2A3 leader on the way. It might just arrive in time to get in here before the tick has swung around in the favor of Lizek. Once that happens here, there is no hope left for Skill. The Leo 2A3 is desperately trying to drive to the front line, but another Leo 2A3 gets killed by a law here. Another one is standing still. And yeah, I believe that's now 6 or 7 kills for the M110s against Leo 2A3s. A tank that has a fantastic stabilizer, meaning that you don't even lose much accuracy by using them on the move. So why not using them on the move? Why keeping them so static? And Yeah, this is really, really rough. There are only 2 leaders here on the other side, so the 155mm howitzers together with the German infantry could maybe get the kills here. Oh no, there are actually 3 leaders, but the 155mm howitzers currently silent as well, and yeah, Polny's skill is just in pure desperation mode right now, knowing that he let this one slip away, and Lizek just needs to hold out for 1 more minute here to get ahead on points, and he's on a good way there. Only 3 minutes remaining, but yeah, Polnyskill gets into the zone, but he needs a full-on capture of the zone. He needs to get the full-on stop of the tick, because even a normal tick by now is enough for his opponent, and he has no units left here. He has sent it all in. He is trying to snipe the CV, but there are 2 CVs around, and the M1s kill the Leo 2A3, will capture the whole zone, and with that, will win game number 1 here for Lizek.
Yeah. One of those M110s gained a level. It's a 260-point unit. The amount of damage it had to do to actually gain a full like veterancy up to veterancy 3, insane. And as Protoss most likely is going to be showing you the kill counts here, yeah, the technological superiority and of the Americans and just the choice of Poland's skill to just overinvest into this static gameplay, in which 8th Infantry is just stronger, and we can see with the M110s and the Abramses that and also the fact that Ranger infantry attacks are something that you can't really do
As I
with
said, I
Panzer.
disagree with that. I think it's just the more intense. Like he did win the static warfare by attrition if he by killing the idols, and then he gave it away by leaving the only unit that you can't let get hit by M110s get hit by M110s 6 times. Like Leo 2A3s, even if you don't move them immediately, you just should have them all in a command group and move by just looking where the enemy M110s are. Whenever you see a shot, immediately start moving them, and then they survive. But he never moved them even before they started to get hit. Like, he always was too late on the Leo 2A3 movement. And you can win the attrition war as 5th Panzer quite easily by just taking all the ATGMs, and he got there, but then he had no Leo 2A3s left to profit off of it. And yeah, you can roll over a couple numbers of M1 A1s and M1. It's like those were not the problem. The trades there were usually quite decent as well, but the trades against the M110s, like, yeah, those were the 4,000 points difference. Like, they literally killed 3,000 points of units here in this game.
Yeah, it's like I would say that there are a bunch of different maps where I think Poland's skills strategy would have been like that. Considering that this did go to pretty much on the wire in the end, even though the kill KDR was pretty drastic, 1.5. That there are a bunch of different maps where the units are not concentrated in such tight corridors. There are lots of different maps where the leopards can and should keep on moving and doing that stabilizer kills, as you said. And this just Mount River is just comparatively quite static. The points are close to each other, and the paths in which you get to those points are pretty predictable.
Yeah, and with that, we have Lizek up 1-0 here. But that's not quite match point yet, as we are in a best of 5 here. Next map is going to be Vertigo, where we're gonna have 9th Panzer versus 5th Blinde. And that, in my eyes, is heavily Polny's skill favored in the matchup. It is also his counterpick. First map was counterpick Lizek. The second map here is counterpick Polny's skill. And 9th with the T-72S can just dominate the open fields. Plus, in the late game, the Napalm rocket launcher can completely ruin flanks on Vertigo and just force you out of the good positions, or just outright kill your stuff in those positions. And that makes it really scary. Whilst 5th Blinde does not really have the push power to run over a 9th Panzer in the early game if Polny's skill does jump through the hoops that you have to go through by not letting stuff get murdered by MX-10s and so on. So I'm interested to see how that plays out, as we will have that game up in a second. Lobby is already up, so Yep, should be interesting to see who will win game number 2. If Lijek can do it there with the 5th Blinde, or if we will see the 9th Panzer just doing what 9th Panzer should do on that map.
Yes. I'm not seeing the game.
No, it's not up yet. Like the lobby, they have a lobby up, but it's not
Oh,
the
I'm
game
not
up.
seeing the lobby either, is what I was saying. Don't see the lobby either.
It's a private lobby.
Okay. Oh yeah, you gotta resolve the bet.
Yeah, I know. And yeah, we will get the prediction up for map number 2 as well. As Vertigo will be there. And yeah, Lijek on 5th Blinde versus the 9th Panzer. I'm really pessimistic for Lijek there. Like, if Lijek can win this one, then I'm absolutely pessimistic for Polnyskill's chances. Not just out depending on the stats then being 2-0 for Lijek, but just in general, if Lijek is able to win this one, like, then there might just be a slightly too big of a skill issue on the side of Polnyskill, the skill difference between the players. He needs to win this one. Like, on paper, he has the tools. He has the Storms with the Cocons for the open fields. He has the T-72S with the Severe. He has T-72s with Smoke that just kind of dominate any 2,100 meter or lower engagement against the MX-30s. You get decent BMPs, including the BMP-2, which is something that the French don't get access to either. Their IFVs are a lot worse than yours. And at the same time, you have decent helicopters and so on as well.
I don't think the bet worked out, so I'm gonna remove it and do it again. I think it was insta closed. Yeah, I would agree with you. I think 9 Panzer on Vertigo especially is
I will do that. I will do it.
Okay. Well, significantly, like I said, Vertigo is the division is a map where the more aggressive and faster division can just pretty easily defend for most of the game. But 9 Panzer is the late game juggernaut. 9 Panzer is kind of specialized for breaking through exactly the sort of stuff that we're seeing here, or the kind of stuff that Lizek would do to do late game defenses on Vertigo. And we have already seen a lot of smoke mortar play on both sides. And I think this is going to be a situation where 9 Panzer is going to basically have to do artillery kung fu. Like they're going to have the Jackie Chan that stuff, because the amount of ATGMs that the French are going to bring out in the late game to defend their relatively probably relatively slight points advantage, but by the time the game is going to be starting. No, not the game, but the big engagements, the late game engagements are gonna start in. I'd say artillery and mortar gameplay will make the difference. If the artillery can just keep the number of ATGMs down, the T-72s will win the game. And if they can't, the French will probably just do like a permanent concave and just punch out every single tank attack, no matter how large, no matter how wide. The ATGMs are always going to trade up.
Yeah, and we will have now Lijek here on the left side in blue once more, setting up, and that's the side that I also like a bit more for 5th Blinde. India usually being the slightly better attackable point, so as I believe 5th Blinde has to be aggressive here, and they need to attack Alpha and potentially push to India, or go for an Alpha push with engagements around Delta and Charlie that they win as well, which is not easy to achieve. But usually just playing the +2 tick here should not work out. I hope Lizek is not giving up the whole map like they did against Bottom Feeder earlier. That was a just set up for pure disaster with the lighter division there as well, with the 20th Panzerna. Like, if you are the better 4 deployment division, you at least need to play the map a bit more. And I also hope he is prepared for Me Too Yearns, because 9th Panzer, you always are like, yet they have a pretty terrible opener. And then sometimes you forget about the Me Too Yearns that they have. And that's the only thing that they really have going for them in the opener. Outside of that, 9th is a pretty slow division. Has a fantastic minute 2 to minute 40, but its minute 0 and minute 1 aren't the greatest. So, and that is what you have to basically exploit as a 5th lane day. And the only thing that can ruin that for you is a meteor that kills your AMX 30, AMX 10s.
Yeah, exactly. The AMX-10 is not going to have to do a lot of attacking here unless Lizek wants to push for alpha as well. But yeah, the soon to be permanent stalemate between the ever growing mass of attacking metal and the ever growing mass of mobile units trying to get side shots and trying to not fight them on the open. Interesting. Okay, well, Polinskill very predictably not contesting Delta and Charlie. And that's, of course, very important because that means that the French will get it for free. But this will also allow Polinskill to basically concentrate all of their forces into pushing the more populated area, getting into Bravo even. And if they can actually get into Bravo, then the game will be that there will not be a tick, or if they can conquer Bravo, there will not be a tick, and then the French are in a really bad position, and that's when Lizek is going to be on the ropes, because like 15 minutes in, the amount of the tank advantage of 9th is just going to grow into just incredible numbers, not just on like long range defenses, but also they can bring out cheaper the T72 MUV2, which is the kind of discount variant. Not the most discount T72. This one, very, very importantly, has a smoke launcher and still completely superior to everything that the French are bringing outside of their fire control system and the range, of course.
P4 PCs moving around here as well. The blind coming in for the north. We have an eclair for the south. It's going to be interesting to see how far it goes. VAB, T20, 13, Mistral, those are key here as well. And yeah, we have Dragon Paras moving in as well. And on the other side, T72 MAV. And BMP2s moving in as well. Coops will move forward here into better positions towards India, trying to set up good air defenses there. But we have a decent amount of AMX 30s and a good amount of Grenadier Voltigiers moving in as well.
Yeah, the Outplayer BMP1 is gonna go and get a very important task. Basically, they're gonna have to be the right flank of this Polinskill's tank attack. They're gonna drive relatively slowly to the north corner and the forests, and then deploy their infantry unit, which will then be able to sit back and basically reveal the entirety of Bravo for both tank and artillery attacks. And a huge weakness of the Dragon Paras that are being sent there is that they have no way of dealing with that BMP1. So if Lizek plays this badly, or if Lizek doesn't have the Surblinde in the right position to counter this, they could maybe lose that northern flank. their own left flank, and that would then basically force the tanks defending Bravo and the forces defending Bravo into completely different locations. And yeah, massive amount of investment coming on both sides on the Bravo, but in and around the Bravo Alpha axis. But importantly, Polenskill is not even bothering trying to get into the Citadel or into Delta. The VLRA 50 will transport the Eclaireurs, the French Eclaireurs, to basically do the first step of securing Delta. And second and third and fourth Minute reinforcements will probably do that for sure. And 2 Dragon Para units are going into the Citadel there once again with their only AT defenses being the Surblinde. And if the Surblindes are used badly, a lot of firepower in this opener is just going to disappear. And a bunch of the BMP2s especially are going to be very dangerous to deal with.
Yeah, and no bigger investment into the South by either player. I hope Lijek will recognize that there is nothing in the South for Polenskill and will take those 2 points. Like, that would be an easy way of at least building up some pressure here. I'm not super optimistic of the 2 AMX-30B2s going up against the 2 T-72s at 1,500 meter ranges in the north. Like, that's exactly the dream scenario for a T-72 MUV to fight a MX-30. And what the AMX-30s usually want is to get the first shot out at max range and then either chase or run away, or outnumber the enemy and get around the flanks. And yeah, Me Too Urns here are around. We have at least a good Mistral coming in, and the Dragon Powers with their smoke grenades are on point, so the Mistral should be able to deal with that. Me Too Urn is firing on it already and will miss the first shot. The VAB T20 here chasing now, but good reaction there from Polenskill. Will keep both of those alive, whilst Eclairs, yeah, getting followed up by infantry in the south. Good reaction there from Lijek. Is now taking the southern zones. That is what you for sure need to do. And yeah, in my eyes, you still also need to get some pressure up in the north. And that is going to be the interesting part now. How do the first couple of minutes play out in the north? MX-10 RC getting involved, but we have BMP-2s and even the BMP-1Ds with Conqueror's missiles here out in the north. T-72 M1K and MEV moving forward as well, so not really a shot here for Lijek to actually take an engagement.
Yeah, this is going to be all about positioning, and especially now that the Dragon Paras are going to be spotted in a moment. VLRA 50 is revealing itself to BMP1 here, and this position basically, if you can, if the Malyutka can start like doing fire control from this corner, the possibility, the likelihood of any future attacks succeeding for Polenskill significantly increased, but. The infantry squads in the front line, the French Grenadier Voltigeurs, are very powerful. They are large squads, so they can take hits and they can run back. They have really long AT weapon range of 750 meters. And even if they can't like penetrate something, penetrate the front armor of T-72, they will be able to do a lot of stun damage to it, which will then allow for the tanks to move in and do the damage with kinetic penetrators, of course. And the passivity here, it's pretty difficult to say on whose side this is exactly, because the tick is going to start now with the P4PC capturing Delta, but already Polenskill is buying napalm rocket launchers, the MFRW RM70M napalm is coming out there, and that is basically a hard counter to this infantry defense that we're seeing here.
Der Mehrfach-Raketenwerfer RM60M Napalm is aiming for the MX-30B2 Grenadier Voltigeurs here, and they start to fly the rockets. You only want to fire up to 10 rockets with one shot, as that usually covers the whole area anyways. That one did actually fire nearly 20 rockets, and the reload time between salvos is quite long. And the supply cost also is quite high. One full salvo of 40 rockets costs you 1,000 supplies, so you want to be a bit careful of how many you fire at once. And good reaction here from Statek, Lizek, but that will cost him that forest most likely, as now the T-72s are pushing. +2 currently is up, so he is getting a point advantage, and he has some assisting P4s around. He has some AMX-10 HOTs moving into a good spot, but they are not here yet, so he has nothing to actually shoot on the flanks, whilst the Napalm is getting the good spots. He doesn't have his own artillery to do similar damage to the enemy. He has good artillery in the deck with the AMX Alf-1, which is a fantastic autoloader conventional tube artillery piece. And whilst the rocket launcher here did get its first salvo out, is now reloading. That its first long reload, but has the reload loaded there within the Gazelle Hot. That could be a good flank here. There are only Igla man pads. I like the Gazelle as a defensive unit here, but yeah, how do you stop that BMP2 push? There is nothing on the hill. This is usually the saving grace of the defensive line on the left, that you have some good EGM vehicles on the hill itself, but that is not the case, and a good couple of Grenadier Volunteers already got picked apart. Trade-wise, this is already fantastic for Pauline's skill. He just has to make it a positional victory now as well.
Yeah, the Dragon Para up top actually managed to save itself by just sitting in all of the smoke grenades and waiting for a Gazelle Hot to come in and kill the BMP. But now the Dragon Paras are getting into an honest engagement on long ranges with the Motto of Claris, who, with only one sniper rifle firing right now, the Dragon Paras will likely lose this, even though they are still winning. They actually routed the Motto of Claris. That is hilarious. But yeah, the Malyutkas here especially were able to shoot at those P4 Milans, having just a little bit more range than the Milans. And the Milans in this way just took safer positions. Safer positions, couldn't sideshot the attack, as you said. Tank force of Poland's skill is tactically moving a little bit further back, saves the BRM from getting tagged, and Lizek is probably going to now use this moment to try to clean up the forward positioning in infantry. And big issue is that when the napalm launcher reloads, currently at 40%, next attack can happen. And meanwhile, Poland's skill needs all the recon available here to know where to actually position those. You don't need to have amazing amount of recon because the area is so small and tight and very predictable. And yeah, now even Polinskill actually getting a Shilka AA piece to go up top there to work in tandem with the Coups and deal with any helicopter back action. So this front line is building up pretty nicely for Polinskill. It might look like there's a massive advantage with the Citadel being occupied by French recon troops, but those are also like absolutely vulnerable to the artillery and the RM-70. So
yeah,
I think Lizek is now, despite the +2, I think Lizek is in a pretty bad position here.
The the planes at least did trade, and the bomber got its bombing run through, but losing your Jaguar is quite nice as well. Still, no Milan 2 here in the middle is exactly an issue there as well. Like the lack of ATJMs to fire out of here into the side of any T-72 pushing over the open is a bit weird. He has now an AMX-10 and an AMX 10 HOT there as well. RC and HOT both there. Whilst we see an engagement with a Fagot launcher there now too. MX-10 could engage there, but MX-10 HOT smokes off too late. The severe missile of the T-72 does get the kill there. That's another danger there. They have 2,800 meter range against your 2,650 meter range. We have an AMX Alf-1 now, counter batterying. It is firing from a long way away, and it does not have the extra capabilities of accurate shot because no recon unit is actually close enough. So it's just firing on good luck here. Won't get a kill against the T-72, but at least will deal decent damage there.
Yep. Now BMP-1 deploying and some infantry moving to challenge the Citadel. already a VLRA 50 getting taken out. Just digging out one of those Dragon Paras there would absolutely ruin Elisek's defenses here, and I think that is probably going to be the goal. Dragon Paras are not firing this sniper rifle, just to make sure that they stay safe. They have a perfect vision on the peak tank, the T-72S, currently the most advanced tank on this map. Getting a shot and missing against the Surblinde, but an AMX-10 hot sense, some high-tech hot missiles on the long range, so the T-72S has to run back. And but the Dragon Paras have now been spotted. A bunch of vehicles opening fire on them.
Malyutkas in the north opening up fire against the MX-30s. They are losing the northern flank there is quite annoying, and they don't have a recon capabilities to give them spotting onto the enemy here. Otherwise, they would be able to deal with this, but without spotting, the MX-30s are blind, can't deal with the Malyutkas, and because of that, would lose the fight against the T-72 as well. Have to disengage now. Was the center here still under fire? One mod Schützen at least pushed a bit too deep there. Got, but the MX-1 gets the T-72 leader. MX-10 hot does get a nice kill there. The T-72s pushing in deeper. The MX-30s here have to be really careful as the next napalm salvo is landing here, is setting the forest ablaze, and with that is making this whole situation here highly uncomfortable.
Yeah, and the forest, it doesn't give you, like, the smoke doesn't actually work like smoke. You can still spot through this, so this is not even cover for the French. French armor has had to retreat outside of Bravo, which is the correct option, but also a sign of weakness, because now if the T-72s can get in here, the T-72s can engage the enemy with relatively safe medium to long
the
range.
napalm even goes now for their fallback point. Might not find a kill there either. Ooh, the 1 AMX is really close. Okay, it seems like it made it out alive, as the napalm launcher did not fire its full salvo this time around, though. Is now going for the citadel in the middle. Might just burn it to the ground and just destroy the buildings with this, as the damage of fire against buildings is relatively high, though it does not deal any direct damage to units inside of buildings. And yeah, the Dragon Powers just need to jump out there and get away, but those buildings here likely gonna get burned down in a second. But MX of 1 desperately trying to counter battery, or desperately trying to get some kills back, but it's not finding the hits, and yet a complete zone abandoned now by the blue side's units in the north, not even having any infantry around there anymore. Commandos have been brought up, and we had at least 800 points by now for Lijek, which is a decent amount of points, but you need to get a bit better KD here to actually be able to hold on to your other points after you lose Bravo.
Yeah, I think once again you kind of if you're sacrificing points as the attacker, you want to keep it at around 1,000, give or take. That's a good rule of thumb. Don't keep on sacrificing points, and don't wait until they're leading you 1,500 points. But yeah, right now I think Poland's skill is probably feeling a lot of the tension here on and is gonna have to finally fully commit.
AMX-10 RC does go down to the T-72S. That's a really painful loss there as well. Another AMX Superplane under fire in the south. Gets a kill against the BMP-2. Needs to get the heck out of there now, though. Is still under fire by the Fagot, which can't kill it. And the T-72 MEV is pushing for it as well. Okay, finally smoking off. That's the VBL Milan did go down there too. Smoke Mortar is trying to allow the commandos to maybe move in there, but Polny's skill with the control over the northern forest above the zone now, yeah, is getting the CV in there, is going to take over the whole zone. And the MX of 1's still not really finding any valuable kills. All the MX-30s had to fall back here. The napalm launcher is reloading, and there are a good couple of MX-30s, but how do you use them here in this matchup? Like, it's pretty tough to cross the open fields against the long-range missiles. Maybe if you deal with the Storm, you maybe can rush down the T-72S. You have the faster tanks with slightly longer gun range, but it's not going to be easy here at all.
Yeah, speaking of dealing with the Storm, maybe the second to last shot could get this, and it does get it. But yeah, now this is this is the commitment. This is the balls on the table moment here. The SPW-40 is in. The infantry is now moving into the forest, not necessarily to push, but just to keep a control over it. And Lizek has set up a bunch of commandos there, so no way singular Motorschützen squads can deal with these 1v1. But still, just having to buy 4 commandos actually, a full card of commandos to go out there doesn't really signal like willingness to attack or capacity to attack. These are they can't really do anything outside of just existing in the forest. Though the Milan 2s that are now moving up to the forested hill, the mountain even, those might actually be able to do some damage.
Okay, commandos do find the BMP2 now, get it stunned. LRHC likely gonna find a kill here in a second. Finding another shot. Oh, missing 2 shots now in a row. Pretty surprising for a Special Forces unit, but do get the kill with the 4th shot. And with that, clear up the north there. Now should disengage, whilst the other commandos maybe move in to deal with the Motorschützen. You obviously don't want to stack up too much, because then the napalm launcher just gonna have an easy time against you. But yeah, having a nice picket line of commandos there can hold on to that zone for a while. The issue now is going to be the southern zone, and Lizek has realized that, moves 4 AMX-30s down there, has a Gazelle Hot, or 2 Gazelle Hots actually already up there as well. Doesn't have as many Milan 2s, or in general HGMs around there, as I would like him to have, and does not have any of the infantry just in there yet either. Currently voltages at least are on the way, and he is aiming for the enemy recon as well with the AMX Av1s. That's a good way of making this whole fight more uncomfortable for Polinskill, but is not getting the kill there. Good micro from Polinskill this time around, and yeah, doesn't get killed off there. So 898 points, still 23 minutes here for Polinskill. He should be on paper able to do it, but AMX-30s with good speed, with good micro, commandos with good micro, can do a lot of good trades for you. So Lizek still has a good couple of cards up his sleeve that he can use here, but it's not going to be easy by all means.
Yeah, at this point, not having any more the Dragon Para GSR recon infantry is really gonna hurt, because even just having an Eclaireur out there in the front line, these Milan 2s could be doing way more firing. They got a 1 shot off, revealed themselves, 2 shots off actually, but now there is this large investment of infantry, including mechanized infantry, chasseur. So, and maybe, just maybe, if the counterattack happens from Lizek's side, it probably should deal with the northern forest, ATGM forest. Like this, it's a key part of the defenses. So if you can actually get there, and you can use the Milans to deny the enemy from messing with you with their mech, you know, that could be a nice step to take. And then also, if you can get the Citadel, then you kind of already pincering the enemy. But meanwhile, Polinskill is doing a lot more stuff here to complicate the situation, and does start just no smoke, plain raw dogging attack of infantry marching to the defended town. Another town, industrial area, with some offices, I guess.
AMX 10s and AMX 30s are around there. Gazelle Hots, realizing that there is little to no AA down here, getting in that TS-72 MEV side-shotted that just moved a bit too late. Nice kill there. BMP2s pushed back by the AMX 10 RC as well. No recon there to spot for the BMP2s again to help them getting the ATGMs out. So another one does go down. Storm did go down as well, and the napalm did hit the town and is burning it to the ground right now, but is not actually achieving all that much. Whilst at the same time, Lizek, with some good maneuvering in the north, got some BMPs killed there, got some infantry killed there as well. So northern forest stays in his hands. Else the MX-10 piece do rotate through there as well. And for now, he is holding on okay in the south. MX-30s versus T-72s in an interesting engagement here. Has to smoke off the first one, but does get the engine destroyed and super heavily stress on the MEV. MEV there does not have supply, can smoke off, but can't really keep on engaging there. So MX-10 and the other units might be able to push through there. A bit more infantry is necessary here in my eyes. Okay, one more LRAC Grenadier Voltigeur coming around. Another one should follow up soon. As we see AMX-30B2s shut down in the north. Commandos here have to be careful to how far they actually going to advance. Same goes for the MX-30. But we see an MEV do go down now in the south, the one that got its engine destroyed. MX-10 RC does try to move forward. Does get shut down by the BMP-2s with their Conqueror's missiles. As the commandos actually try to push through the open field. Oh, Lijek, that's not what you can do here right now. The MX-1 might help out there a bit, but the smoke screen is not set up for actually achieving this. And losing your commandos here would be a massive problem. The LARC does fail to kill the Shilka in the north so far. And yeah, a good couple of commandos go down. A couple of BMP-2s do get shut down as well by the Milan 2s on the hill. They are at least nicely set up by now. But the kills here still in favor of Polny Skill in my eyes. Does get another T-72 MEV, so that kind of equalizes the score. Just means that neither side really can push right in the north. But that's also not the point of contention right now, because it is all about how long Lijek can keep the southern parts in his hands.
Yeah, that commando attack was frankly a huge mistake. Even though it did lead to the Milans getting some shots off, the commando up north wasn't a move command, so it didn't get a shot off on the Shilka. Instead, the Shilka got a lot of shots off on the commandos. And meanwhile, an infantry, undefended against infantry attack, is moving down south here with a single Grenadier Voltigeur deploying in a very good position and with very good support.
Oh, the MX-30 Venus B2 is running into RPG 27 range. That's not healthy. 21 penetration, only 5mm range, but 21 penetration on those RPGs, so they gonna murder you in a quick second. And yeah, MX-30 does explode. 2 BMP-2s at least get shut down. More of them trying to rotate around here. So, but the Apprentices, they can deal with those. They don't want to deal with the T-72s, and with the BMP-2s, they obviously also want to be somewhat careful. 2 Conquerors hitting it. Yeah, that's enough. AMX-30 does go down. Disengaging here now, trying to deal with the Mod Schützen pushing them. With the Jihad autocannon, they should be able to. 2 Gazelle Hots here in a good spot as well. Might get a T-72, do get the T-72. So both sides taking casualty, but Polny Skill is taking territory. And that is the key part right now for the player in red. He just has to be careful to not overextend and throw it all away. He just has to keep on reinforcing whilst pushing forward. Shilka now on a good point, can deal with the Gazelle Hots. Is dealing with the first one. The casualty rate here quite high. Modschützen 20, RPG 27 and so on, going down in decent numbers. So actually might still be good enough here for Lijek. Lijek is also once more attacking in the north, but AMX-30 is going too deep. One of them getting shut down by RPG 7s, and the other one desperately trying to get out alive now. Commandos in the north dead as well. So yeah, scary overextension by both sides right now. As long as the tick is kept away, that's still okay for Lijek, but yeah, I don't quite get why he still tries to force himself into that northern zone.
Yeah, I think it's just that they want to keep up the pressure because he understands that the enemy is trying to transition into sieging Delta, which is way easier for them to do overall, I think, than to get into Bravo. So, the Delta and Charlie, really. So just wanting to keep that going, wanting to keep finding out if the enemy has moved all of their troops, finding out if the enemy's attention is being diverted to someplace. And the RM-70 is right now aiming at that poor defenseless parking area. And not actually going to target anything, but that is the area in which the AMX-30s will move in to fight the tanks that are trying to support this frontline attack. And if Poland skill just gets the infantry moving, gets maybe one or two more squads that are not coming in as reinforcements, the tank attacks could probably start gaining some value sooner rather than later. The Gazelle HOTS, AMX-10 HOTS, these are the key enemies, the key dangers to everything, and there is only a single Igla and a single Shilka, and they're not in a perfect position right now. And so if Lizek is going to win these late game fights with anything, it's going to be infantry.
Polny skill is firing. Wait, all his rockets on his chasseur, 3 hit point chasseur. He's not stopping the salvo. Oh, massive waste of supply there. That chasseur would have died against the Mordschützen as it was out of the cover anyway. And instead, it's just, he fired just 29 rockets into that. Oh no, what? What is Lizek doing? Lizek is moving his PV through there?
It was ordered in. But there is a corner smoke here. So there is
he's driving through it fast enough to actually make it. Oh, he's not actually moving in there. Okay. Yeah, meanwhile, CV on the other side is moving in the southern zone, is without any protection against the potential Grenadier Voltigeur Apilas just moving forward. That hasn't happened yet. Grenadier Voltigeur Apilas is keeping its distance whilst the MX finally starts moving in the north. Okay, risky behavior on both sides. Don't attempt this at home, guys. Be more responsible and with your units. And yeah, CV in the north can be countered by an SPW on the other side as well. There is a T-72 MEV, and the whole southern zone gets captured for Polny skill, so he is up to a +1 right now, and he is pushing with a good amount of T-72. Yeah, the T-72 is now being a plop. That is the real scary part, especially with the T-72S around. That kind of voids the AMX-30's range advantage, and also should enable Polny skill to micro them out whenever they take too much damage, so that the AMX can't hunt them down, even if one of them gets engine damaged or so. Coop does go down here in the south at the same time, overextending a bit, but yeah, AMX-30 does go down. Tanks are pushing forward. Mordschützen tried to find the AMX-30 in the smoke, do get shut down there, and the artillery does find the SPW. So Zizek is actually getting the hill back, the northern zone back. Maybe overextending there a bit right now, as he is staying with the commandos and the MX-30 in there. Whilst the 152mm artillery did get the Milan 2. BMP-2 does go down on the south. Apilas here, obviously really, really scary, as the T-72 M1 is dealing with some grenadiers. Grenadier Voltigeurs here, likely soon to be dead. But MEV does go down in the north. Commandos and MX-30s do the job. Malyutka not able to connect there, as the next MEV does move through, does get stunned down. Malyutka is desperately trying to help out, but the MEV once more being stunned down there, does get killed, and the MX-30 can smoke off before the second Malyutka can connect. T-72M in the south does go down as well. The T-72 is a bit too spread out here. Will find one of the MXs, but 1-to-1 trades, that's good for the MXs. They usually you want to have 2-to-1 trades here as the red side to actually get ahead. And the Mordschützen here not taking the shot, not moving further to use the RPG-7VL. A bit of a mismicro here once more by Polny skill, but he still has a lot of extra forces. He's still not on the +2 though, and by now that starts to become an issue. He is in need of a +4 soon, and there are still a good amount of French forces left.
Yeah, and Lizek sacrificed a lot to stop the stick right now by getting back into Bravo. And there is a command tank coming in, but like there has been so much intense stuff happening. We can't just commentate on anything. Like the amount of time that the artilleries on both sides are just not doing anything because these people are microing their tanks constantly. There was a side shot kill of a T-72 earlier. The T-72 SS are really not the best in frontline because even though they have their slow autoloader, which is not affected by cohesion, they have been attacking right now, and with 0 veterans, they lose cohesion from just a few shots, and then are going to have to leave their weaker comrades, the move twos, to actually hold this. The infantry tabs of the French seem to be still capable of keeping this up, and they don't have to get back into the town on Delta, and that is okay. They just need to keep the enemy away from Charlie, and the enemy is oh so close but oh so far away, because they only had a single pioneer left in that area, and now the SPW-40 is going to be spotted likely by the VABs, and yeah, it's just like in the first
can't
game.
move in there. There is too much 18 could be in there. The SPW-40 can't move in there. 20 voltages will stop it. Me too, Urn is moving around here, but there are Rolands. 152mm artillery is still trying to kill off Milans on the hill. There are no Milans on the hill left. There are only a couple of MX-30s. As T-72 leaders are moving in the north. The napalm launcher not being repaired here right now. That's for sure an issue. Well, smoke artillery moves around on the other side. MEVs here not able to get good kills against the MX-10 hot that is shooting at it. Does go down to it. SPW-40 does go down in the south as well. Doesn't even get a full capture. And the 2 CVs for Lijek already on the move. T-72 M1 moving forward here, trying to assist, but there are a lot of ATGM vehicles here. Will shoot at the first one, fail to get a hit though, and MX-30B2 even able to move back into the zone. And yeah, Polny Skill did just lose too many units here on the pushes. That's always a risk against the French. They are class cannon divisions, they can hit you hard, but the cohesion of the pushes was just not quite there. BMP2s and T-72s not quite moving in a cohesive force, and he just lost them piecemeal by piecemeal to the French. And yeah, French, when they can trade one MX-30 for T-72, they are happy, and they got to do that a good couple times here. And this is now leading to a big issue for Polny Skill, which kind of means that he has to go all in for the north now, because that's the way you still get a +4 here, going for Papa. And the north is relatively fragile. He has Mordschützen moving through the forest right now that could find the MX-30s there with the RPG-7VL. And yeah, he is moving in now. Mordschützen getting the stun there. RPG-7VL likely going to finish the job there. Yes, does get the first kill. Could get the second kill as well. And then you just need to move on to Papa here. So this is maybe the win condition that Polny Skill still has in this, is he squandered the southern push, but he needs to take it right now. Yeah, gets the second MX-30 as well. Is getting away with murder here right now. Is capturing the whole TRM-2000 situation there as well. But he needs to move quick and decisively now. 4 MX-10 hots on the way here. But he still could get through before they even arrive. He just has to be decisive now with his forces here.
Yeah, there's nothing between here. I mean, there's a bunch of VAB mortar carriers nearby, and a bunch of long-range defenses are coming in, but without an infantry unit to prevent the tank from driving in, like, what is here? What is there right now? I mean, maybe an airplane? Even at 7 minutes, it's only 800-point difference.
Yeah, CV moving into the south. The T-72 is not moving further. It is giving the MX-10s and the Grenadier Voltigeurs a chance. Mordschützen and Pioneers on the way. Okay, it is now moving in. The SPW also moves into the south. Gets a +1 there. We see a good couple of forces here trying to move forward on both sides in the south. A good couple of ATGMs flying towards the T-72. But it gets the kill against the P4 Milan and the MX-10 hot. MX-10 hot in the center goes down as well. T-72S there. Ooh. With
the tank's got 3 infantry kills.
Oh, Grenadier Voltigeur, Milan 2 all go down. MX-30 leader goes down in the south as well. So we have the +4. We will have a +6. The MX-10 hot on the way north will fail to get the kill against the tank leader. Too many Mordschützen around. Yeah, the deep push did do it. That Mordschützen checking the forest and no commandos left because all the commandos were squandered in the charges in the north. That really was the issue here. No reinforcements coming in later for that hill. The southern situation here actually went okay for Lijek, but he thought he needed to push in the north, and that overextended his resources, left him now down against a +6, and that +6 will get 240 points per minute. Even the CV down in the south is getting in to get a +6 on for now, potentially even a +7 maybe in a second here, once the MX30B2 leader is being dealt with by the Motschützen. Another T-72 moving around. Well, T-72S goes down. T-72 leader in the south goes down as well, but +5, still good enough. BMPs in good numbers. Motschützen with RPG-7 VLs that the French vehicles can't push close to around as well. Yeah, Motschützen here getting the first hit against the Brenners, stunning it down. Will get a second shot out, nearly killing it. BMPs will stop this first CV, second P4 CV, too close as well here. Likely going to go down in the second too. Yeah, does get shot down as well. Both CVs planned for the north. With that killed, maybe no CVs left in the deck even, as we have more CVs here in the south, and both sides have lost a good couple already. And Motschützen RPG 727 will find the MX30 BC leader in the south here in the second, most likely as well, landing in the smoke. Bilkas will find the P4, likely find the second P4 in the second as well. So yeah, the next leader here about to go down. Yeah, Shilka finds that one as well. Does get the kill there too. Now it's only the MX30B2. They at least got the kill against the Motschützen. So the south actually might get captured back, but the +4 in the north is the issue right now, and no CV left here for our player in blue. He would have to get the MX30 up there as well. It's a really dash to the wire kind of situation. Like, Polny Skill lost so many units in this game as well, but he is in the rear zone, and he is getting it further ahead there. SBW here, about to get some trouble as well. Mi-24P desperately trying to hold out to get off the BMP2. Pioneer here, moving around as well, as this SPW is being microed around. Shilka against the side armor with the MX30. No, I don't believe it can quite attack that. It could potentially attack the rear armor. No, not getting around there. Pioneer's not able to finish the job either. Yeah, can attack the rear armor. Can't quite find the kill there. Does deal decent damage. BMP2 being able to open up with its autocannon might finish the job. Can finish the job with the 88 jam. So the AMX30B2 PC can find the kill against it. Shilka can open up here. Oh, can the Shilka kill the leader? No, it cannot. But the Mi-24P likely can. Yes, it does. And with that, there are no CVs left on the battlefield here. And with that, we have a 1-1 situation. It was closer than I expected it to be, but Polny Skill does the 9th Panzer in the end with the push in the north and the W with that. GGVP here, 1-1 situation. So we're at least gonna see 4 maps today.
Yeah, I mean, with Poland Skill, like winning this, Poland Skill had the plan right from the start, and they just kept playing the plan. They kept executing, and the plan wasn't always executed perfectly. The Lizek's both desperate and less desperate counterattacks did seem to work a lot, but I think really in the end, just the sheer fact that Lizek had invested so many units and they were so close to Bravo, they were so close to just cutting it off, whether by smoke, whether by artillery barrage weakening the enemy, whether by capturing one of the flanks fortifications or whatever. It was too enticing. It was too exciting, the idea to just win the game right then and there and force the enemy to play the whole map. And that just lost way too many units. Just way too many units. And by the time Poland Skill kind of realized that they can just walk through that, that's when found out that the French were mostly defending their positions with ghosts.
And yeah, really tough one here for Lizek to lose. Like, that it must be quite frustrating, being able to hold on there in the south. But he's really squandered that by losing his commandos in the north. They were holding on to that forest so well for him. They were getting kills for him so well in that forest and around the forest. And then he decided to suicide them, charge them into the open. This counter push even could have worked out if he would have executed it a bit better with the smoke mortars, but he just kind of squandered that as well. And that all led to the disaster there that allowed that one Motschützen to find his 2 AMX 30 in the forest, completely unprotected. Letting Polnyskill realize that there's nothing protecting the rear zone left after that, and getting away scot-free there with just driving his T-72 leader into the rear. And with that, we're gonna move on to game number 3, which is going to be Eiche. And we're gonna have 2nd Guard Motto versus 4th ZMAC. I believe that one will be a faster game than the last two, because 4th ZMAC needs to kind of do it fast. Otherwise, 2nd Guards will just get out of control. But 4th ZMAC has the potential of doing that fast as well, so should be quite exciting. And yep, we'll see how that all goes in a second. Yeah, I will just use the restroom real quick, guys, so I will be back in a sec. Okay, both of the players are in the next lobby already, so we should be getting into the game any second now. And yep, that one will be an interesting one as well. This time around, Lijek's counterpick here with the 4 ZMAC on Eiche, and yeah, he really has to play fast there. But the 2nd Guards, they don't like their openers anymore. Like, they're also the nerf of the grenade launcher and so on, they have been hit quite decently. The T-72s being a bit more expensive, like their opener is not as efficient as it once has been. And yeah, 4th ZMAC on the other side, that division is doing a decent job here with the quick opener. The Polish have cost-efficient infantry and BMP-1s. The Polish obviously have the Rozpecialny moving around quickly. A good couple of cheap little helicopters that can escort that. Decent AA with the OSA that is also relatively affordable. Good cluster planes and so on that can hit open T-72s on the other side early on as well. And the T70, the 55s that they get are pretty solid as well. T55AS can be pretty good on the map as well. There are a couple of angles where they can dismantle enemy positions. And yeah, you don't get any Danas in this Polish deck, so you have to be a bit careful there. Special Forces, Commandosi can be used nicely and so on. So gonna be interesting to see how this all goes. As yeah, whoever gets it to the first couple of minutes in the opener should be in a pretty solid position.
Yeah. Did you resolve? Yes, you did resolve this. I still haven't. My big bets on Lisek so far are still keeping me on the plus side. So thank you for everybody participating in the points betting here. And I'm a huge fan of fourth SMEC. Fourth Polish, one of my favorite divisions to play. The just really like holds in my heart the space of the UR infantry aggro division. Like for many people, it's gonna be the second Panzer Grenadier or second UK because they do a more traditional forward deployment opener. But the sheer ability of the way too fast honkers to start gaining value early on, and then even with the BMP ones not being as cheap as they used to be back in the day, the fourth ability to just fill the map with a lot of different stuff gives you a lot of initiative as a player, as long as you don't lose the opener, as long as you don't immediately drive into the heavier firepower of the second guards. I think fourth is going to have a pretty decent time in gaining map control. Of course, the win condition issue is going to be massive. Like even standard against standard Soviet infantry, fourth Czech infantry would win in most cases, but against the second Tamanskaya, you have a bunch of guards units which get extra stress resistance and also tend to be 8-man squads, and those will have that little bit of an edge over most infantry that the Polish can deploy. And we are now in deployment right now, so we can go and start spectating the deployment protos.
Yeah, I'm already in there.
Okay.
Yeah, we have the beautiful map here of Eiche, and Eiche is a lot about the Dimitri point. Like, no matter if you play for it or play around it, it's still the key point. Like, obviously, it's center of the map, so that immediately gives it a lot of power, but also it is a massive plateau that has good line of sights outside of it. So you can avoid it. You can play around 2 1-point zones around the corner and maybe just push through the south into Gregory or Fyodor, but it's not an easy way here in here. And yeah, Anna, a really interesting point as well, where you can deal some decent damage there too. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this will be played. BMP1 will move through the south here and likely get into the southern positions here too. BMP1 in the north, and then yeah, a good amount of forces towards Dimitri here setting up. But on the other side, we will see the second guards here, which likely is going to deploy relatively defensively and yeah, just try to contest Dimitri and hold on, maybe inside of Anna and Elena, maybe slightly outside of it.
Yeah, the Nievosh opener is going to be excellent in just denying the enemy the ability to open with the recon gunship or to start out efficiently with the MiG-21s, which are, of course, best used early on before the enemy has an actual air defense front line ready. And the honkers are going to be honking. They're even upvetted to 3, so they gain that little bit extra of of fighting capacity for the 4-man squads, and most importantly, of course, the 50 cal of the Honker.
Yeah.
And
Also
just
getting the
really-
extra speed so that they
Yeah.
are a bit faster there with their movement. The only unit that, or like the only units that get extra speed out of veterancy, special forces units. They get with the Honkers, you get an extra 10 kmh. You go from 120 that you have on 2-vet to 130 kmh, which is pretty absurd. And yeah, it really allows you to get into positions that the enemy kind of wouldn't expect you to be in, thanks to the extra uber speed.
Yeah, but on the opposing side, you have these BTR-80 equipped Spetsnazvedka. Not special forces, but still an 8-man squad with an SVD and shock. So you on close ranges, towns, you can use the Spetsnazvedka to get kills. Razvedka Saperi, similarly, 8-man squad deployed in an fast armored vehicle and with satchel charges. So getting into those fights just one-on-one is not the best idea, but that's why you have the Nievoshes. And the Nievoshes, with their missiles, also run 100 rounds of a 23mm cannon. And those Nievoshes basically are going to be doing the extra damage that the Honkers cannot necessarily do. And then the Nievoshes are going to sit back and they're probably going to act as some kind of an AA defense net while the Polish get all of their units out there on the ground, their coups and even their low-tech air forces, which are of course still quite good because there are some decent fighter bombers.
Yeah, T-72B1 here will move around towards the center as well. Gwadetsi there in decent numbers too. So as to be expected, Dimitri being the focus here on both sides. And yeah, the Merida AMS with the rocket launcher, that is going to be a really, really important unit for this as well. If you can remove 2, 3, 4 Gwadetsi with that, then the infantry of the second guards will have a tough time keeping up with you. But obviously, it is also paying a decent extra price for bringing around those rocket launchers. So if you lose it early, that can be quite expensive as well for you and as the Polish.
Yeah, the BTR-80 is 35 points. You're paying extra for some extra armor and an extra smoke launcher, and the fact that it's really fast and has 10 health. 35 plus 45, I believe, does lead into 80, which is a lot to pay for just machine gun equipped forces, when for 70, the Polish can bring out a Piechota Szmek with a 30-point BMP-1. And the BMP-1 is simply the top dog. It doesn't have a smoke, but does have a gun and an ATGM, which I think are, in the end, are more valuable than the BTR-80 in general is. And this is one of those weaknesses that comes in playing very expensive divisions, 27th or 8th or 2nd Tamanskaya in this case, is that you're paying for your strong and even overpowered fundamentals by stuff being just way more expensive and less efficient. And the Polish will get the initiative because they get stuff out fast. They get a good aggro, best aggro in my opinion, or the aggro that's closest to my heart. And it's gonna be up for them to just get kills. They can't fight the late game in any sense. They probably are gonna have troubles fighting even a well-established mid game for filled with T-72B1s. So they gotta get the results now.
Yeah, Malyutkas on the launchers can be quite nice against the BTRs. There with the 23mm as well. But the question is, how do you handle once the T-72 arrives? I'm surprised we don't see any BMP-2s at all on Pauline Skill. Pauline Skill here still trying to play for tempo, trying to get in there relatively fast as well. Realizing now that he can't go all as far as he wanted with the Special Shredka, but gets it out in time before the Rospes only blow up the BTR-80. Does smoke off here, does give the enemy the space, realizing that he needs to wait for his reinforcements to arrive. Osa gets a shot out, does get a double kill against two Nievoshes with the first shot there. This is what you want here. Osa does get the next Me Too, which was already nearly shut down by the BTRs anyways, but does get the kill there as well. The Honkaroos, they can't fight the BTR-80s. BTR-80s with their 2 frontal armor are better than the Honkaroos at killing other vehicles. So those are all a bit overextending right now, but they're buying time for the reinforcing Scott 2As with the Pichota SVDs to take more space, for the T-55 AM2S to arrive as well. As on the other side, the T-72B has arrived. The Merida needs to be careful on how it approaches this, but it could be devastating. Usually you'd only hit a single unit with the Merida, but with the way all of these units are currently clumped up here, the Merida could easily get a multi-kill. It is still needing to get a bit closer, but it is now aiming. And yeah, those 2 mine-clearing rockets will likely do some significant damage here.
Yeah, just to be clear, Merida is the upgrade. The coffin launcher is the thing that we're seeing here. Not all Meridas have coffin launchers, of course.
Getting good hits here, not quite getting any kills, but leaving 4 infantry units devastated. A couple of the vehicles damaged as well. Issue is the T-72 is still firing, and that's what we were talking about all along. The T-72 is a problem. We have 3 T-55As moving in, but we already have another T-72B1 moving in on the other side as well. And the 18 frontal armor, you have little that can actively penetrate that frontally in the Polish arsenal.
Yeah, and even Polish infantry weapons are, from the discount bin, 14 pen, 12 pen, and sometimes with the special forces you get a standard 18 pen. But yeah, the T-72s are not going to be that difficult to keep alive, and Poland skill knows it. And the Poland skill is the attack is of course Spetsnaz goes first, and T-72 kills everything with a rocket helicopter kind of hanging around behind, getting some targets of opportunity.
Yeah, the T-55s here moving in. 3 of them could overwhelm a T-72, so that maybe with the rocket launcher hitting the T-72, stunning it down, could be an option. But now with the second one arriving right behind it, it's going to be tough. Spetsnaz fighting in the south, BMP-1s trying to assist its infantry, but the BMP-1's HE output not the best. The T-55 AMS is still waiting. More BMP-1 infantry moving in. Even the ATGM teams that you get are all fagots in the deck. You don't get any Conqueror's missile teams in the Polish infantry tab, which means that even your ATGM teams can't really do anything against the T-72B. So yeah, T-55 MS nearly going down there to the T-72s. T-55As moving around the side. BMP-1s failing to get the kill either. This is currently not looking great. That all could change in a second here, though. Cluster Bomber gets its bomb throw off and gets both of them killed. Oh, this is massive. This could change everything right now. Mi-24V at least gets a shot against the T-55A, but yeah, Pony skill now in danger of getting overwhelmed here. At least he got a good couple of infantry units killed beforehand, so it's not endless power of infantry that could just swarm him here right now. But yeah, the S-220 with the double kill here, really, really key.
Yeah, do we think, I mean, does Lizek know about it? I guess it does, because the T-55 Merida is now moving forwards.
I would expect he does know that he got, or like does guess that he got one. I don't know that he knows about both of them. I don't believe he saw the second one. I believe the first one he spotted on the road, but I don't believe he knows that he killed both of them.
Yeah, because right now the T-55s could basically just push through most of this as long as they just avoided the Conquerors.
Yeah, the rocket launcher gets another Guadezzi. Zimot getting overrun there as well. We got the Smack moving in to try to move further as well. Polny still keeping up the push here. BTR-80 is actually pushing in further and firing on all the Pechotas and the Rosvesialnis there with their heavy MGs. And they are allowed to do so, getting some kills here even. So surprised to see that. We'll realize now that there's still a good amount of extra firepower behind all of this, but yeah, Lizek does not know about it, and he has given up the northern zone for all of this, so he doesn't even have a tick with the flanks. So, in the end, still an okay situation here for Pauline Skill, as he is totally fine with a 0-0 situation here at that point of time.
Yeah, like cleaning up Anna completely just by Lizek showing that they have invested basically everything up in the middle here. And now finally the BMP-1 is showing its superiority here. The BTRs are all running away. The more expensive BTRs are all running away from the BMP-1s, but another two T-72s are now on the front line. And Lizek's T-55s don't stand a chance really here. The only way it would happen where if the T-72s were overextended or stun locked or gotten side-shotted by any of the Piekota Schmecks. In that way, the T-55s could close in and get the kill. That's not happening right now. Pauline Skill is playing this way too well. And yeah, Piekota Schmeck SVDs are 7-man squads with 3 extra weapons. They have 2 PKMs and a sniper rifle. Very good anti-infantry squads here. They will be able to fight off the Wadabetsi and even deal with the superior RPO as long as they are microed well. Oh, and here comes the rocket. It takes out a 4-man squad. Doesn't really do that much else. Piekota Schmecks are going to keep on going. As long as the smoke separates them from the fire support blob, this attack does have a certain amount of legs. The problem is that there's just no way to bring it to the finish. It's only about trading up for the Polish right now.
Yeah, and the superior RPOs also can change the outcome of these infantry fights by just completely locking the enemy infantry, and that makes that all a good bit tougher as well. Meanwhile, push through the south here with BMP2 by Pauline Skill. T-55 did get an engagement here against the BMP2s, but failed to get the kill, and is now under fire by the Conquerors as well. Might get side-shotted, does get side-shotted. One BMP2 does get killed by the BMP1. BTR-80 there goes down as well, so at least some counter kills there as well, equalizing the score, as we have the Sapierzy Sztormowi, which bring the APO Rys, which is the Polish counterpart to the APOA. So now both sides have good flame launcher support. Cluster Bomber does fail to hit anything. And OSAs are not quite at the perfect spot there. Failed to connect once more. BMP-1 able to engage against the Guadetzi in the south, pushing them back. Yeah, it's a tough fight here. Big grind on both sides. Meridas moving in, but the issue with the T-55s is that they don't have good penetration ratios, so they can't do anything frontally against the T-72s. Like, they cannot even shoot, as you can see here, because they don't have a chance of penetration on everything but super close range. SU-20 cluster comes around again and does get shut down. Might get a kill. Yeah, does get another kill, but one T-72 for SU-20 is a trait that you absolutely are fine with as Pauline Skill, and that's one asset that can actually deal with your T-72s taken away.
Yeah, the Pauline Skill is right now bringing out an Akatsiya really close to the fight, and even an upwetted Akatsiya actually with the Belzor here, and there is already a BMP and a T-52 in pushing Elena. Finally, some amount of reinforcements are coming in for Lizek, because there was only a single Fagot and a 2-man recon squad left, so they'll be able to slow this down a little bit. But with the Fagot not in position to actually fire and completely unsupported, the T-72 is basically going to be able to get a lot of free damage here. And the Mi-24W, the WE, the highest tech attack helicopter in the Polish arsenal, is going to come down, and it's going to try to do something about this mechanized attack. But right now, everybody's attacking 4v1 versus singular Piekota SVD squads, and that means the Polish have to retreat. They just can't take that fight.
Yeah, Fagot missile there, getting overwhelmed as well. Does not engage the BMP-2, but rather the T-72 frontally, so that's not a great engagement there either. The Sapersi Stormovi did survive together with a couple of really low Pechotas mech, so that was good trading there in the infantry fights in the center. The issue is currently the situation in the south. If there is an capability for Ponyskill to take over the southern zone, then we have some real trouble here for Lijek. Then Lijek would have to put up some real heavy pressure into the center. He has another T-55 AMS with rockets ready to shoot in the center. He is also moving his Attrition anti-tank launcher team into a good position there too, but it is not quite finding the engagement he wants to.
No, it's out of range. No, it's outside of the building. Oh, how tragic. Did you know that in the Drutina Papanch, the Papanch is the two rocket launchers firing and hitting at the same time? Papanch. It's onomatopoetic.
And yeah, the Merida's here now trying to move forward. MiG-23P does get shut down. And yeah, more T-64s moving in here. Yeah, the Turnier getting pushed back once more in the center. The Sapersi Stormovi going down in the end after all, as we have a lot of Gordetsis pushing, but there goes the Merida AMS getting Saperi RPO killed, getting good damage on the others. Good shot there. T-55A pushing forward. And yeah, failing to get the job done though. T-55A goes down. So the heavy attrition on both sides here does continue, which attrition is good for the Polish. Not being able to get the point is terrible for the Polish. So it's a bit weird right now to see who is actually getting the upper hand in these fights. But yeah, really not having a take online, not having any position to get anywhere to attack outside of the center is a problem. Ooh, the Gordetsi Comrade! Oh, Ponyskill overstepped with his leader. This is big. This will enable the +2 here for a second. And his Su-20 gets a kill in the south where no Osa was quite in range. One got a hit afterwards, but the T-72 and the BMP-2 in the south go down as well. So the Belozor won't be able to move in there. +2 is up, and it needs only 2 minutes to at least get a point lead here for Lijek.
Yeah, this is the 2-point lead here is maybe possibly could be the thing that actually carries this for Lijek, because the static nature, even with the trading, the static nature here was really bad for, or really good for Second Tamanskaya. They are still just bringing out singular T-72s, but every single time one of those tanks gets killed, it's an exceptional event. And as you pointed out, the Su-20 was already traded away, and there's way more vehicles left here, even including the T-64s and even potentially the super heavies. Though I would say that in this matchup, they're unlikely to actually arrive.
Yeah, I don't even know if you put them into your deck in this matchup, or if you just go with full-on T-64 and T-72 be set up. I believe that would be just a safer way of playing it. Whilst we have Gordetsis in the south moving in. There was a Belozor south that could have just moved in into the center, but a new one was bought instead and is only now entering. It has not been long enough for Lijek to get a take lead though. He did get a decent amount of points, but he is not ahead yet, and that is a massive issue. So the issue does continue. He needs to kill the next Belozor here. He at least knows where it moved here, I believe. So with the T-55 AMS... Oh, he lost his T-55 AMS? Oh no, he moved it back. Okay, it's moved further back. But yeah, he's losing the frontline fight right now. Truzhnia Papanch is moving around the flank here. Could find the T-64. Is not going for the kill yet, though.
Yeah, artillery is finally targeting something again, and it's targeting the Belozor on the Polish side. On Polskill's side, the artillery has also been quite passive, but it found itself a fagot, and it's going to target that, probably spotted by the Spetsosvedka, or by an error. No, the fagot revealed itself by firing.
The Truzhnia Punch not going for the kill there, not going up the hill to actually get the T-64 killed. A massive mistake, as we now have Pechota SVDs driving into the fire, unloading really hot. BMP leader actually even moving around here, as the Belozor did disengage, but the BMP leader Yeah, I'm not sure if it wants to take these fights. Yeah, has to disengage. Does at least reveal where the T-64 is, so that the Attrition punch now can move out. And we got a kill here against the T-64. I'm not quite sure what it was. I don't believe it was the Attrition. They only now got into the engagement here against the BRM 1K. Or maybe they were firing the shots. It looked a bit weird. But yeah, they get the BRM now killed as well. They move deeper, but BMP-2 and BTR-80 should be able to stop them now. So they should maybe disengage. Get the BMP-2 killed as well. Important kills there. The T-55 AMs on the other side did survive, but at the same time, Polnyskill did get enough forces amassed in the south to move into the zone, and Lizek does not have a lot here to hold him off from even taking the whole zone, so still problematic situation here for our player in red, but he is making gains in the middle, even moving a BRDM Conquerors deep, and once the combined arms of Polnyskill does collapse at one point, he can punish it quite easily and quite quickly. He just has to hope that he can achieve that before his own forces start collapsing.
Yeah, Belzor still with 3 hit points, still alive, and could have been lost already. Could be a +2.
Oh, Belzor in the south gets got. SU-20 moves around as well. One of the OSAs got killed, so the SU-20, oh no, does get shot down by the second OSA in the south. Okay, and Mi-24 does go down as well. So T-64 did get killed. Zone in the south does get fully captured back here by Lizek, but losing the remaining SU-20 now, so no more of these cluster bomber runs moving in for him. This is not great news here. Merida in danger of the Conqueror's fire as well, as we have new Saperji moving in, but there is an easy way of getting a new CV into the south, so Lizek kind of has to win in the center now. He has a decent amount of forces there, but it's not a great amount of forces, and his BRDMs being stopped there from actually making it into a position where they can ambush the enemy reinforcement road is a real problem.
Yeah, I mean that flank being held by Conquerors is a good idea, because one of the only weapons that can actually deal with the heavier armor here, and it doesn't come in infantry squads, only in vehicles. So you want to keep it as far away from the enemy as possible. And but yeah, now there's one Piekota Schmeck attacking against 2 Bardezi and a bunch of fire support. The Scots are going to try to get themselves into to do something, but the only thing they really could do would be to get a free kill on the Saperzi. But even then, oh no, T-72 is getting very close to the fight here, actually showing rear armor for the moment. But, and Piekota SVD manages to move. Oh, look at that T-72. That was a side shot, I believe. A significant side shot coming in there.
Yeah, but T-55 overstepping is welcome there as well. Piekota SVD is super stressed out, so it likely won't be able to finish off the T-72. It's still on 2 hit points as well. MiG-21 cluster moving in here. OSAs should be able to retaliate. They are able to retaliate. So cost-wise, that was a good trade by for our player in red. But Scott 2A's here dying in droves. T-55 AMS moving in again, will have a shot with its rocket launcher here in a second again. Reloading the last second, yeah, immediately firing, will get good damage against the Guadalzi BMP, and stun the other ones around it as well quite nicely. Whilst the Saperi RPO stay under fire, but by now Polnyskill has done a good job at resupplying the middle. Ooh, right, you get 2 cut off the SU-20, don't you? Okay, another SU-20 bomber moving around in the sky.
They get the Merida 2 side shots in a row there from an RPG-7VL.
And the T-72 gets the T-55 AMS damaged as well. That needs to smoke off, needs to disengage. He's able to do so, but the center forces here starting to look really small for our player in red. At the same time, south is stabilizing again. SU-20 does get another cluster bomber run out there, but is failing to get the hit this time around. Only killing an Igla does fall to the MiG-29. One of the OSAs did get killed here, but the other one might still be able to do it. Yes, still gets the 40% ECM. MiG-29. T-72 B1 did get gunned down here as well by the Mi-24. Mi-24V is doing a pretty good job. Saperji moving forward. Osa under fire by ATGMs, gets killed before the Mi-24 is going down, but still 2 T-72s here, still a couple of Guadetzi, and still a point lead for Pauline Skill at the 21 minute mark here, with 18 minutes remaining at this point.
Yeah, there's some Saperzi are moving up, trying to use their awful RPG 76 Kolmar 80 weapons against the BMPs. But right now, the wider front line is getting of Lizek is getting a lot of kills here. 2 BMPs killed, both by like these side action conqueresses, and grinding down the more expensive division is, I think, slowly kind of reaching a point where halfway through the map, when the enemy may not be able to keep up with it, just look at the reinforcements of Polinskill. There is no infantry coming in here. The RPG 7s have now, the Conquerors are now moving in to fully straight up prevent units from moving or leaving, and the massive smoke barrages are allowing these.
And the T-72s have been relatively heavily attritioned already. It's down to 4 hit points now. RPGs, the RPG 7 VMs frontally only dealing 1 damage per hit, but they find a side shot here in the end, finishing off another T-72. Guadetzi here, pretty low in number. We see a +1 currently for Polny Skill with the southern engagement, but he is starting to lose that hill to the T-55 fire and all the Pichotas just pushing through. Yeah, the T-55M as getting so many good shots on that hill, really paying off big time right now. And Polny Skill only having a couple of tanks, have nearly nothing else remaining to actually assist there. We have BRDM going heavily into the rear action here. BTR-80 actually will try to kill it, but it's a stressed out BTR-80, so it can't deal all that much damage. Might be able to do it over time here. Yes, the BRDM is fast moving instead of attacking it. But yeah, the investment into MiG-21s, I believe, is a weird one. Like those, both the HE and especially the Cluster 1 should have been more frontline units. You can't afford panic planes as second guards.
Yeah, I think it's because right from the start, first there were the Gnieboshes, and then there was a Osa, and then there were. Has there been a coup? Yeah, there's a. Wait.
There's no coups in the deck. There are no coups.
Yeah, okay. Well, in that case, it was just the Osas. But yeah, so nobody's one-shotting the MiG-21s, but with losing enough expensive units all throughout the game, have just sapped enough resources away from second Tamanskaya. And yeah, now Lizek knows that the time has come now, and is just driving the leader under cover of smoke. BRDM Conquerors are just kind of hanging around. There's no immediate solution against any of them. And even the last fight that is still being had down at the town on Elena, it's only a matter of time because just the reinforcements, the artillery, all of this is, and also the fact that the enemy is basically now surrounded because the T-55 Meridas can just fire from the top of the hill.
Oh, S-22 cluster failing to get the hit, but with only 1 OSA remaining, it can afford to do stuff like this. T-72, the T-64 leader has to be careful there with how it engages in the center there. At least the Pichotas are heavily stressed out, so it can take relatively aggressive positions. But Conqueror's missile is coming in from the north, is having a side shot potential there, is failing to fit behind the side shot as it is super stressed out. But the T-64 leader is not taking the right engagement angle here. Oh, BTR-80 with Medis going in too deep as well, and we have a tap out here, I believe, from Polny Skill. Yep, Polny Skill does surrender here towards Lizek, who was ahead 1,200 points in kill, and second guards just can't keep it up like that. So GGVP here, Lizek taking another victory with a counter pick. Let's see if Polny Skill can do that once more, or if Lizek in the next game can win the series.
Yeah, I mean, this was a great example of how the Polish, they just keep coming. They have the Rocky Boxer kind of thingy that they can just keep on doing relatively inefficient attacks. They can lose a lot of stuff. They can they have the capacity to keep up this permanent attack, even though they were just punched out of the not out of the plateau, but to their end of the plateau so many times, and the effect. Like it is invisible because it really is happening in the statistics and in the numbers, and for a couple of times I figured, well, like, I mean, the Polish have lost this now, like, look at how little they have on the board. But then the attacks would just keep on coming, and at some point the enemy can't keep on sending infantry against your infantry when their infantry is more expensive, will lose 1v1 fights against the 10-man Piechota SVD squads, and you also have to micro your stuff more. Enemy is investing in artillery, enemy is investing in massive amounts of smoke, and at that point in the late game, the Polish, despite, as we pointed out many times, not having the technological capacity to fight the T-72s or T-64s head to head, could just gain ground. They could gain angles. They could occupy the space left empty by the fact that the enemy had to keep rebuying more expensive stuff.
Yeah, and I believe really Polnyskill lost it the moment he panicked and he bought those MiG-21s. As before that, he was still in a decent position frontline wise, but then with those investments that left a gap in his reinforcement pattern, he just had some cracks in his frontline afterwards. Even when the bombs connect, MiG-21s don't pay off in that matchup because there's nothing worthwhile that you could kill that immediately pays off your plane. And then you have just a slightly weaker frontline, and Forth can exploit that. And Forth did exploit that. This is a matchup where you just kind of have to play standard and focus on getting the T-72 numbers up, and he didn't quite do that. He went on with the grind fight, and when the grind fight gets you, you are just in a bad spot as second guards and in a great spot as fourth. So GGEP here, interesting little game for sure. And that will bring us to Stoneware, where we're gonna have 6 guards versus second UK infantry. A really, really hot matchup as well. Second independent Motostralki division, not guards.
Yeah, I mean, this was second was the counter pick, of course, and could arguably be considered to be the ideal counter pick, being able to completely eliminate the danger of enemy like forward deployment opener. Not the forward, the heli drop opener, the ability to fight off the Spetsgruppe A, the special forces units with your own special forces units, the SAS, the ability to deploy a lot of good infantry fast in 100 kph sections, whereas 6th is famously locked into slower infantry deployment methods. The 8th brings out T-64s and T-80s, as well as the relatively standard combination of like recon vehicles, BRMs, all of that, and they can be fought not super effectively, but they can and will be challenged by the Challenger tanks. The Challengers are not massively numerous, but as long as you played your cards right, so to speak, you don't need to have a massive amount of Challengers in the late game. The second UK's very powerful air tab is going to have to deal with the best AA unit in the game, the Book, which is coming in for 6th. But also, of course, second UK also gets super heavy howitzers. Not the super heaviest, but kind of like sub super heavy with the 175 millimeter unit. Artillery, and those things basically are going to play cat and mouse with a lot of the Books in case second UK wants to play with air. Now, why the 6th doesn't rely only on the Books, they also get the MiG-31, very, very super long range, super fast interceptor jets. So dealing with those also quite unpleasant. The second UK gets good fighters, but it doesn't get long range air defenses. So its ability to like punish the MiG-31s can be an issue in case poly and skill. Is it poly and skill or Polin skill? I've been saying Polin skill. You've been saying pony skill. But anyways, their problem for having an I in their name. We're Europeans. We can't deal with Ys.
No, I can't deal with the end. That's my bigger issue. It's poly
Yeah.
skill. Yeah, and yeah, it's cluster bombers, like random ends. Confuse me. And yeah, the MiG-21 cluster and the MiG-21 rockets and the small L-39s could become a problem once you start losing your, especially your SAS. So keeping the SAS as your AA lifesavers around as your insurance policy, basically, so that you can always retaliate kill on enemy planes closing in is pretty key. They are great for the opener, but you usually want to keep them alive after the opener and put them into slightly more defensive positions so that they can be your amazing stinger guys, which also can stop any vehicle and any infantry that tries to push into them after capturing the ground for you in the opener. So that is kind of the idea there. They also work out pretty well against the potential opener that you might want to do with 6 Moto with the Luftsturmjägers, because they can come only in Mi-8s. They are the special forces of 6, and yeah, you just can't bring them in Mi-8s because the SAS will just murder them in them. So you can't open with Luftsturmjägers anywhere close to the front line. And it kind of makes even hard to use them later on, because you have to deploy them so far back that you then have to walk them up to the front line, and that takes a good while as well. So it's a pretty solid matchup there. When it comes to the tank fights, you get a couple more T-64s and T-80s, and then you get challengers on the other side, and you also get some T-55As, which is something that second UK does not get. Like light tanks is not in their list. They only get warriors and challengers. But the Challenger Mark II is a pretty capable tank, good frontal armor, and that is a key feature.
That's about it.
Well,
I mean, it has decent accuracy as well, but like the gun is weaker than comparable NATO MBTs. It's really slow, and that is its weakness. But fortunately, nowadays it's not 2,600 points or whatever it used to be.
yeah, and the game is up now, so we're gonna jump right in there. And yeah, whilst we do that, one more quick shout out, guys, to how you can support the whole tournament, and that is via Matcherino, where you can assist the tournament by clicking the claim code button on the top right. And thanks to everybody who did so, Comrade here being the latest one. And with the claim code button, you had 25 cents completely for free. You don't have to pay anything. We don't have to pay anything. It will be paid by Matcherino. And yeah, you also can contribute directly. We have our basic stretch goals achieved already. The winner of Division 3 will get some money as well. But if you make it all the way to 800, I will do a 24-hour stream. And yeah, if you want to see me doing that, then yeah, help out with that. And yeah, if you want to support the channel, consider leaving a like, and if you have the money, subscription on or channel membership on YouTube or Twitch as well. Those go a long way, allowing me to do all this content shenanigans here of organizing the league, casting the league, doing the deck deep dive videos, and so on, the tier lists and all of that stuff. So thank you all for supporting the channel, and yeah, don't forget to follow Mr. Chloride over at his channel as well.
Yes, I just put up this time the functional bet. So you guys got 5 minutes to put your points behind your opinions. Personally, I'm going heavy into Lizek right now.
And yeah,
especially on this map here, I think second UK does as the counter pick. It's a very good choice. I think second UK gets the initiative. I think in the opener, I think they get the initiative in the mid game, as long as they don't lose their super expensive SAS units. And I think in the late game, they have decent enough standard infantry division fundamentals to fight off even the heavier tank tab and very heavy support
Yeah, you
equipment.
messed up. You gave them the wrong divisions, the wrong names. But yeah, I
Oh,
will
damn, did I?
will redo it, guys.
Oh, yeah,
It'll
I
be up
did.
in a
I did.
second.
Damn. Oh, yeah, damn. Stupid me. So 5 hours streaming here. You gotta give me a little bit here, okay?
And yeah, new prediction is up as we have the 6 guards, the 6 independent mechanized or motorized rather, already set up really well already. Whilst on the other side, only skill here coming around with classic SAS up. Airmobile scouts with a deep mission, relatively deep mission, not quite all the way to alpha, but still pretty deep here. The links are another great tool in the British asset. Like they only go really fast or really slow. The British only have 2 gears. Their helicopters are fantastic. Their IFVs go super fast as well. And then they have their super clumsy tanks, like the armored cars here, going really fast as well. Like there is no in between for the British. And it's kind of funny because it also makes it hard to use them. And obviously, in real life, there is a lot of extra communication in between and a lot more spacing, and it's about the whole campaign more than always the individual battle. But it's still weird that they, for example, build a really fast IFV and then build really slow tanks, whilst Germans kind of had the other opposite issue that the Marder is not quite as fast as the Leopard. Like you would expect that building 2 vehicles that go somewhat similar pacing would be the goal, but that's not quite what happened.
Yeah, it's the British tradition of having the cruiser tanks, the fast, lightly armed ones, lightly armored ones, and then infantry tanks, the really slow bunkers for infantry support and to do a lot of HE damage. But that's of course obsolete by this point. In the 1970s and 1960s, I believe the British Army solidly wanted and designed its stuff much like the French to prioritize mobility, prioritize adaptability and modularity. But then, because the British Army of the Rhine was supposed to defend against in the flattest areas of northern Germany, the North German plain, when it came to tank development, they would always have to basically lean in on having superior armor because their job was to fight on long-range defenses. And a lot of the inspiration for the British tank doctrine came from, I believe, the Yom Kippur War, where like British Centurion tanks performed really, really well in Israeli service, unfortunately, against Syrian T-55s and T-62s. And in those situations, they basically figured like, well, we always need to keep up at least the defensive armor advantage. And that is why the British are so eclectic. They wanted to be the lean, mean fighting machine, colonial police thing that the French were doing, but they just NATO wouldn't allow them to.
Yeah, and unlike the French, they didn't have the balls to just do it anyways, and develop
Yeah,
something fast
Malaysia.
and
What
quickly.
are you thinking about independent Malaysia? We're going to send in the SAS to get them back. Should have had a little bit of gumption there, but yeah, the sixth opener here, the second UK opener is wide and quite standard. As you said, the air mobile scouts forward deploying helicopter recon thing, it's only going to deploy in a kind of a crossroads area to support the fight on Bravo, not actually trying to get into Alpha, even though I think they kind of could if they wanted to. And this wide opener is the correct choice because it's an anti-helicopter cheese opener, and it forces sixth to play way too standard. Their only special forces around are the 2 Spetsgruppe A's who are going into Charlie. They are strong assault squads, submachine guns, false flag, all of this, and they will be able to fight this as long as Poly and Skill doesn't mismicro this completely. Followed up by grenade launcher equipped BMP-1s, Tunguskas, and T-55 with a couple of Sapere units. So very regular infantry town attack coming in, and there's not a regular infantry town defense to counter this. So this is going to be a lot of micro here required for Poly and skill to survive this, I think.
Yeah, but he might just get away with a bit of murder here, as the Special A did move quite far. The SAS didn't go for the kill there. They moved into the building immediately, otherwise they could have gotten a kill against some of the Special Group A in transport maybe. And yeah, now they realize things are out of hand, so they immediately jump back into their Saxons and are moving out of there. But the BMPs get the kill. This
Incredible.
they didn't smoke off. They didn't, and they did move the wrong pathing there. Foxes now versus BMP1s. That's not a good engagement either. Rover Milan in a bad spot too. Gets shot at by ATGMs too. So yeah, the situation up there not great for Polinskill. Does get Bravo handed for free and will move through there. Challenger leader here. Interesting early investment as well, as we see some extra ammo barrel gun groups moving in here. Not coming in any specific special Lynx variant. Like there is a Lynx rocket variant, there is a Lynx Hellarm variant that you get with your Milans if you want to. And this one is just one with a single MG in the door, which is not a heavy MG, just a normal mag. So that doesn't really have any considerable firepower. And the issue is that on the other side, you have a great anti-helicopter AA system as well, in the form of the Tunguska, which has 3000 meter anti-helicopter missiles, which also have 7 damage, so they one-shot the 6 hit point Lynx here. So the Lynx has to be careful with where it unloads. Does realize that. He's moving a bit away. And MiG-21 cluster actually coming in really early here to kill a Fox. And yeah, investing.
But, if you kill that Fox, you can start moving your infantry forwards and possibly start sieging Foxtrot. And that's even though it's very close to the spawn, just that the threat of that happening requires Poly and skill to start buying more troops to cover this, which is what they immediately do.
Yeah, warriors moving in, Ammobile scouts moving in as well. Couple of tractor rapiers, those need to shoot down the MiG-21s at least after they dropped. They don't have a real shot of killing them and stopping them before they drop, but you at least want to retaliation kill any MiG-21 cluster that flies at you. Issue is you have nearly just as many challengers as the enemy has cluster bombers. They have 4 cluster bombers, you have 5 challengers. So this is one of the few times where cluster bombers can just trade 1 for 1 and be pretty okay with it. And that is bad news here for Poly and skill. And that kind of means that you at least want to try to bait MiG-21s into other bombing runs, or have your challengers in defensive positions where they can't quite reach you yet, where the SAS and so on might still get shots out before they hit you. As the challenger does get a free kill here against an MG team, and the infantry is now numerous enough that the 6 guards can't just push them easily, especially with warrior fire support from behind as well. Ammobile gun group maybe still not in the best spot there, but engagements here gonna be interesting. Rover Milans with a lot of ATGMs engaging the BMP-1 PG, and those don't have smoke, so they can't disengage as easily. First one does go down there as well. Artillery with the Giacint tries to go for the challenger, does fail to do so, but SAS does go down, and that's always a bad little line to see there when you see that your SAS died up on the top right. As Ammobile scouts do fail to get a real entrance into the south either. We have a Lynx Hellarm moving around, trying to get rid of some vehicles, but there is an Igla team there too. Challengers have to be careful. Mod Ostralki with decent RPGs are now pushing towards them, so you can't just easily keep on fighting here. T-55 is around as well, as the Terrier Pioneers try to hold the ground here. And a good bit more Lynx infantry moves in. +1 is currently created by that challenger being in the zone. But the +1 is not a fast tick, and we have 2 MiG-21 cluster bombers moving in. And without the SAS, we don't have enough AA to even reliably kill them.
Yeah, the infantry reinforcements are coming in here with the Lynxes, and that is, of course, the fastest deployment available. And the air mobile gun groups are also pretty strong units, 9-man with 3 medium machine guns. The British really love their machine guns. They love infantry fire superiority, but the engagements that Lisek is taking here are just very good. They are not taking the bad fights. They are, I mean, engaging Terrier's pioneers on touching distance could be arguably considered to be miss micro, but also the Spetsgruppe A are better and also have satchel charges, so they can actually do that. Yep. Now Gazelle rockets are being ordered in here. They have a tiny payload of light rockets, but the light rockets are good. They're accurate, so they can be used to kind of
and here comes the cluster bomber. Structure appears. Failed to get hits just yet. They get a hit now, but one of them does go down to a Motostralki, and yeah, Challenger and Fox do go down. One of the MiG-21s does make it out. So in the end, a fantastic trade here for Lisek. We see the Gazelle rockets moving in the numbers. MiG-21 cluster really doing the job here. Southern situation here being okay as well. Next track drop here moving in as well. And yeah, 6 Moto is looking pretty solid up north now. And the Gazelle rockets, they're a bit of a... They don't really a desperation move because they're so cheap, but with the Tunguska, they're also likely not going to achieve much. They get the Spetsgruppe A killed, so that's nearly worth 4 of them, 3.5 of them. And so they have to disengage and repair. Next track drop here, moving in, or reload rather, after firing most of their rockets here. And the next challenger is moving around. Oh, and Paulian Skull brings them around at 0 vet, so he has a couple more of them, but also means that they can't keep up with the T-80s and T-64s on the other side at all.
Yeah, and we're not really even seeing numbers of those yet. The infantry fights have just gone well enough. You get specialized anti-infantry squads with the RPOs and Saperi, Spetsgruppe A. And that seems to be working very well. I mean, it is the correct choice when you're attacking a certified certainty of SAS. SAS are very difficult to kill. You either need the satchels or you need to engage them outside of 700-meter range, basically, with vehicles, if likely. And they can micro themselves away from that. And now another wave of Terrier's Pioneer are moving in here, and unfortunately, okay, well, the rifles leader is going to put them at veteran C1, so they are not going to be routed as fast from these positions. But with all of the PKM teams, the resupplying of the RPOs currently, and the Spetsgruppe A holding the front line, and the fact that because the Spetsgruppe A are a false flag unit, if there are two different, if there is another unit that the enemy can target, fire upon, such as the PKM squad, they will automatically fire at the military unit, not the false flag unit. So you need to do a little bit of extra micro when you're dealing with a false flag attack. And now with the Saperi and a bunch of mechanized support, followed up by 2 Mi-8 Escortny kind of DYI gunships here.
Yeah, they get on board of the rifle leader. Rifle leader has to disengage there. The track drop gears are not moving into position where they can actually engage those, and they are getting away with a lot of damage here. Airmobiles in the north heavily damaged as well. MiG-21 cluster has to be a bit careful here. Is baiting out 2 shots, but does get hit by one of them. Gets pushed back. Another MiG-21 cluster maybe could just jump on top of this now, but none on the way just yet. The artillery here is doing a good job though. Hyacinth keeps on firing, gets the Warrior Milan, and the Gazelle rockets tried to do something in the south, but the E-Glass did push them back there and got 3 of them shut down, so the Gazelle rocket danger has been averted as well. Milan 2 here being directly pushed in, but these infantry fights are relative desperation move right now by Pauline Skill, as the Milan 2 does fall back. Airmobile gun group trying to engage from the side, but the lack of artillery here, whilst the Hyacinth on the other side, the Hyacinth is just doing fantastic work against him. Like, this is a real problem. The M107 could have done a lot of damage, but it's just not doing anything here yet because it's not around. T64 gets around. Milan 2 does get shut down. Warriors don't stand a chance on their own here against T64s. There are no normal rifles, no Law 80s in this fight, which is a big mistake as well, as that would just make any of these tanks being in this town impossible. It's only the Pioneers and the armored rifles, which come with a classic standard issue law, which does not have the damage to really phase a T64 or T80 all that much. And even a T55 can shrug them off quite nicely. So yeah, the angle here, not great. And I mean, Pauline's skill doesn't even have to be here. Pauline's skill doesn't need to play for points right now. He needs to play for trades, and he needs to figure out a way to do so. Tornado might be an idea, but not with the Book and the Tunguska on the other side. You need to set that up better. And with the MiG-31s, there's always a good potential that you just get shut down by that. So I don't believe air is really a great angle here. I believe artillery would be a better one. And oh no, yeah, both Hyacinths now on the, or two Hyacinths on the battlefield here now, as they come with one vet. Yeah, it's both that you get. Getting the tractor up here is allowing the MiG-21s now to come around. And no SAS on the front line, so the tractor up here likely not going to be able to do it on their own, as they failed to get the hit Challenger down to the MiG-21 cluster. Nothing there to retaliate. Yeah, this is not looking good, and this is not really respecting the matchup at all here by Pauline Skill. He is not playing the matchup, he is just trying to play normal second UK and is always confused when these strong enemy units show up and do damage.
Yeah, it's the 4 mortar arrival here is, I think, kind of the next step of the desperation here, just trying to avoid having engagements even, because these engagements are not going well. Like, barely any of them are. Like, when infantry is fighting infantry, enemy fire support arrives. When your fire support, the Challengers and the Milans fight stuff, they don't actually achieve anything. They can push the enemy back when the enemy is just gonna supply them, resupply. And correct me if I was wrong, but doesn't 6 have like a really good supply capacity? They have a.
I'm not sure. I believe they have a decent one. I'm not sure if it's really good, but yeah, another Challenger here now just getting routed. We have 155mm howitzers trying to get a counter battery going. And the Hyacinths have been relatively complacent, so that actually might work out. You just have to be careful that you keep the Challenger alive there right now, though, as the 155mm howitzers move around. And in the meantime, airmobile scouts in the south pushed back by Huwatzes, so some pressure could come around. No, the Hyacinth actually did move, though. Okay, Lijek did react, so counter battery failing. And yeah, and trying to counter battery Lijek here, considering the knowledge that you have from the previous games, that he's never not moved his artillery, you should just not do that. You should focus on getting your own artillery damage on, because that has been working out actually pretty well whenever Pauline Skill did use his artillery actively, but he just has brought it around too late game after game so far. And yeah, he's not using it aggressively right now either. He's not using the M107s. Like, his deck might even have more artillery in this matchup here right now, but he's not using any fire support. And infantry on infantry, he's not using the infantry that would allow him to force this, like the rifles that could force away the enemy vehicles. He's not using them. So because of that, the BMP-1 PGs, the T-64s, the T-55s can just easily stay around and turn every infantry fight against him.
Yeah, this is the tank force is now building up between these two T-64 BVs.
Cluster bomber being wasted here. Spectre here fails to get a kill though, as it's just not a great AA piece. And yeah, units in the south here trying to hold the ground. Law does get moved away, doesn't shoot. I should just shoot its Law. It dies. SAS does go down as well here to the Hyacinths. The Hyacinths, I mean, yeah, it's a similar issue as on Two Lake, as on Mount River, that the situation here is really focused and you can only be in so many spots, but also the Hyacinths once more have not been respected. Like, Fallen Skill has not been good at respecting his enemy's artillery and moving units that you would expect to be targeted next. Like, you don't need to move all your units. You just need to figure out what would be the best unit for the enemy to artillery that they likely know about, and then move that unit and keep that unit agile. Then you still might lose some other units for sure from time to time, but you need to at least do something about it. Warrior with armored rifles goes down to the BMP in the south. Airmobile's likely going too far here as well. Another unit with the Law 80 that could have been really helpful in the north. But yeah, them or the normal rifle teams, like both of those would have worked out nicely. And these guys here now getting shut up by the UWATs with its firepower. Airmobile do get to unload. Law 80 is being shot. Does get the second shot kill there, but the BMP-1 PG with its AGS likely just going to kill them before they can get in range against it. And yeah, just dying there. So the situation in the south is deteriorating as well. And currently Lizek is just getting away with building a bigger and bigger army because Pauline Skill is not finding a way to kill anything on the battlefield right now.
Yeah, we have finally two Milan 2 Hellarms. Milan 2s deployed by TOW missile-armed helicopters are landing in here. But if you look at the area around the tank blob, the building up tank blob that is the T-64s are actually now moving it to Siege Bravo, but there was barely anything. If the tanks had just pushed into the back point of Foxtrot northeast, there was barely any AT here. Like there are Milan ones and there are Rover Milans in two of them, three of them if you count the one that wouldn't necessarily be in position. And as long as the Spetsgruppe A can hold the front line and spot them first, the T-64s and T-80s have more than enough accuracy and gun capacity to deal with them. And we are now kind of like my theory of this game was that, well, because Second UK was picked as a counterplay, that this is going to be a counterplay at every point, as you said, but then just not having the capacity to deal with the main damage dealers of this town attack, which were light mechanized support, T-55s, BMP-1s. Like, if those had been removed, even the Sapere RPO, even the good special forces couldn't have dealt with Second UK's infantry tab. But again and again, there were Terriers pioneers that were getting sent out there in the front line and just cut down, forcing Polian skill to have to buy new ones. And now that some amount of combined arms is being built around here, the artillery is doing stuff, fortunately removing some infantry squads now, at least a single one of them.
Yeah, and good micro this time around on the Milan 2 on the front line, dodging the Hyacinth fire. But we now start to see the smoke setup. And we see SAS here, we see an airmobile in this town as well. So there are some decent AT launchers in there now. MiG-21 cluster, meanwhile, in the north, does only get a warrior, does get shut down in return. MiG-31 getting relatively deep there, but the tractor up here is just not aiming fast enough to actually get on target. Another warrior with armored rifles in the south in danger. Has to smoke off there. Foxes playing a dangerous game there as well. Will deal with a BMP-1 PG as the smoke wall does move in. Now the mod Schützen with the BMPs are moving in here for the south as well. Milan so far doing a decent job there in those engagements. T-64s engaging against Saxons, but the Milan 2 launchers here doing a decent job from the side. Tornado HE actually being used against an Igla team. That's quite wild, as the Lynx rockets and Hell Arms now at least can engage from a bit further away and assist in the defense here. BMP1's going down. 7.6mm MG under fire as the Hyacinths try to eliminate the enemy Milan 2 positions. They fail to do so far. So far this push is not great. Oh, but at the same time a Challenger does go down in the north again. Does kill the MiG-21 cluster forward again. So currently the trades here are okay. 1 Milan 2 does get overwhelmed in the south by now. But the Modschützen here still with a bit of a challenge ahead of them. The Lynx here doing a decent job. SAS, there are... there's only one of them left here. I guess one more did go die to the Hyacinths, but is doing the remaining one is doing a good job at dealing with the escorties. As we see Saperi in the north getting overwhelmed. Rifle leader moving in, should smoke off, is not smoking off there. And he had a lack of airmobiles and rifles in the north to deal with the T-55s. Like the rifle leaders are getting into range for their loss time and time again, but time and time again they can't do anything about it. As the T-64 leader is moving in now in the south. There are airmobiles here, and that might be a rude awakening for Lijek if the airmobiles move into the right spots. Currently they're not doing that though.
Yeah, I mean, both fights here, we have T-55s fighting against Warrior Milans, with armored rifles being the heaviest infantry AT nearby, and that's just a great engagement for the T-55s. Like, Nadi reinforcements have just been brought to for Lizek to the northern town, but unlikely that the British are pushing through this one. And in the southern town, there's Motostrelki are already pushing through the wall of smoke, and the wall of smoke currently preventing fire support from engaging with this, giving the SAS a pretty decent.
But the airmobiles are not engaging. The airmobiles need to move closer. Yeah, now they finally start jumping out of their buildings to try to get into a position where they actually can engage the T-64s. As we see Lynx now desperately moving in to actually just gun run this. The Milan 2 here moved into position as well. Airmobile moving into spots where they actually could maybe fire their Law 80, but they're still not quite close enough to actually do it. Like, the T-64s here should not be allowed to stay alive. They're way too close. Rover Milans moved around, but the Law 80s being so underutilized. Like, they are one of the reasons why the British infantry is scary as heck. Well, just like the French Apilas launcher, they are absolute menace, but the airmobiles are completely toothless here. They have not engaged any of the vehicles, just getting bullied by BMP-1 PGs at 900 meters range when they just needed to jump one building closer to actually just outright murder them here.
Is the artillery piece gonna take out T-64?
Likely gonna do so. Yeah, does do so now. But the Saxon CP goes down on the other side as well, so the tick won't stop here. Meanwhile, in the north, we have a decent push here. The warriors now engaging the Tunguska will kill it, and the infantry by now has been going through there in a decent rate. Both sides currently playing high attrition, but Polinskill is not quite taking enough of the kills that he could take to really make it a good trade for a scenario for him. He is still trading down, and that is bad news. Or at least trading equally, whilst he traded down earlier, meaning that he is behind in the units on the board nonetheless, even after the kills that he lately got, as he's just still misengaging with his infantry. But Lijek completely overstepped that welcome in the south. Like, that push came too quickly. Setting up a smoke wall is the perfect welcome for Law 80, but not a single Law 80 has been fired in anger yet, which is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, haven't been fired in a considerate manner either. Oh, finally! Now it going in and one-shots the BMP-1C. Actually, Motostrelki unit is going to go in, and it's going to engage without fire support. Oh. Yes, it is going to engage without fire support.
Oh
And
no, the Jaguar trying to get onto top of the Tunguska failed to get its bombs dropped off. Tunguska missiles did do the job there, and now the Tunguska can push back the Lynxes. So Lynx alarms can't hold that position. Yeah, Jaguar desperately trying to change that outcome.
up
Lynx.
north, supply has finally arrived for these barely alive infantry squads of the British, but as that the supply arrives, infantry BMP-1 reinforcements arrive for the enemy, and despite them being under mortar barrage, the BTRs and the BMPs are now going to follow the Motostrelki, and unlikely the Polyanskill can hold the northern town right now.
Yeah, he overstepped there a bit as well. All his units were attritioned away. Saxon CP about to go down there to the Motostralke BMP. Yes, just gets murdered there by the rocket launcher. He moved the Challenger CV into the south again, but his attrition rate here is he's just not finding the right way of getting efficient trades, and really the lack of belief into the power of the Law 80 is disturbing. Really, such a good piece of kit, and having so few of them in the first place, and then when he has them, not actually using them, likely just forgetting that how good they are, because all his other infantry has not done much against vehicles at all. And yeah, here we go. GG is called, and with that, we will have Lijek winning 3-1, and with that, winning the whole series as well, winning Division 2, and being our Season 6 Division 2 champion. GGVP.
Good game. My predictions here, I thought this was going to go for a last game, but Lizek, especially Lizek's artillery play, and just from the start to finish, pretty well planned out games. Nobody had perfect mechanics or perfect control, which is what makes watching these games and commentating them more so interesting. But Lizek managed to, in most games, I was paying close attention to how often the artillery pieces were not doing anything, and it happened the most in the French game, I believe, and the French game was the one that Lisek also lost. And reliable artillery play, smoke mortars on both sides as kind of facilitators of mass attacks. Not a lot of raiding, not a lot of small unit tactics going on here. Unfortunately, Second UK is really good at that, but just excellent concentration constantly on efficiency and unit compositions. When you have those unit compositions and any engagement that's going to come at your way, you can probably just beat through it with micro. And if you can't, if your forces are efficient enough, you buy more of them.
Yeah, and it was really the fair outcome here. Like, Lijek was better today. Flying skill just not quite finding the right setups in a couple of these series, is not quite finding the right focus points to find the win conditions. Like, the micro wasn't terrible on out of these games. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it to this final. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it to a point where you will get promoted to Division 1 next season, as all the top 4 players of Division 2 will move on to Division 1 next season, with the lowest group players of each Division 1 group demoted to Division 1, to Division 2 out of Division 1. That's how this whole system works, similar to European football leagues. And with that, yep, GGVP here to Lijek. Thanks to all of your financial support, guys, via Matcherino, indirectly by the claim code button or directly. You also will win $25 roos with that. So, yeah, VP here to Lijek. And, yep, thanks for everybody in Division 2 in general. That was a really smooth season. And, yeah, all the best to 3-6, as I said before. And, yeah, thanks for the quick heads up there as well. GGVP there. Yeah, really grindy games and really, really well played games here by Lijek. Well deserved victory. The bottom feeder semifinal are already a tough one. The SPG games, fantastic entertainment as well. And yeah, a really, really solid group stage before that as well. That we didn't quite cover as much as I wanted to. Division 2 was a bit low on the coverage side of things, but yeah, in the semifinals and finals here, we had some fantastic games.
Yes. I myself would like to thank the players, the viewers, everybody here. It has been good going. This has now been 5.5 hours of stream, and I think you could probably notice that both Protoss and I have kind of spared our our voices at the end of this. I have been salivating because a neighbor of mine is clearly making curry chicken, and because the building I'm in, I can smell all of it. So I'm going to go not bother my neighbor, but instead eat my own food now. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Protoss, again, and see you soon.
Yeah, thank you all for joining us here, guys. Once more, congratulations to Lizak here. Fantastic series. And yeah, GGVP to both players. Congratulations to Pauline and Skill for a really solid tournament run and promotion to Division 1 as well. And with that said, guys, we're gonna send you over to a certain small Twitch streamer and YouTuber that you might not know about, but that really deserves some eyes. He's
No GG?
just a small one.
No GG? Fuck you, no GG!
Called Vulcan HD Gaming.
What the
Leave
fuck,
some love
this
over there,
guy?
guys. He's playing some 10v10s if you want to join him as well.
Okay.
So
Time to subscribe!
have some
Yeah,
good time over there.
Lizak, you can put your sound on now. Oh wait, no.